Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Rahul Bhandare from Amity University. I work in Amity Institute of Social Sciences. So we welcome you on the fourth day of faculty development program, which is on developing a theoretical framework on social sciences research methodology, applications and implications on scientific report within area studies programs. Okay. So today's fourth day and our first session is titled as Life Narratives, Implications in Social Policy. This is going to be presented by Professor Rukmini Sen. Allow me to take a few moments to introduce Professor Rukmini Sen. Rukmini Sen is a professor at the School of Liberal Studies at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi. She is currently Dean, School of Heritage Research and Management, Director, Outreach and Extension Division, and Center for Publishing of the university. She teaches and researches on sociology of law, kinship and intimacies, and feminist methodologies. Her co-edited books are Doing Feminism in the Academy, Identity, Institutional Pedagogy and Critical Classrooms in India and the UK, which is published by Zuban in 2020, and Trust in Transaction, Orient Black Swan in 2019. She has edited special sections on issues related to sociology of law in the Indian Journal of Law and Society, Journal of WB National University of Juridical Sciences and Explorations, the Journal of Indian Sociology Society. She has published in Indian Journal of Gender Studies, Economic and Political Weekly, Indian Anthropologist, Journal of Educational Planning and Administration, World Comparative Law, Contemporary Voice of Dalit. She has been curating a blog series, 16 days blogathon during UN recognized violence fortnight, which was in November 25th to December 10th, in collaboration with the University of Edinburgh, Scotland, and University of New South Wales, Australia. She is the recipient of the International Visitor Leadership Program of the State Department of the United States of America. In 2007, she has been awarded the Viscom Sahas Awards for contribution to teaching with an intersectional student-centric perspective. So with this expertise, I welcome Professor Rukmini Sen. And again, I repeat, the title is Life Narratives, Implication in Social Policy. So we welcome you, ma'am. I'm handing over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that detailed introduction. I would like to begin first by thanking Professor Shruti Singh for getting in touch. And of course, Amity University, Delhi for having this really interesting faculty development program and for giving me an opportunity to share my ideas in it. Professor Singh and I share JNU as our alma mater, and it's always lovely to get connected to alumni from the alma mater. So thank you very much, Professor Singh, for getting in touch.
Thank you.
And of course, thanks a lot to Dr. Rahul Bhandare for introducing me. I would like to share my screen if that is all right.
Sure, ma'am, you can definitely.
It's visible, right?
Yeah, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. So as has been mentioned, we are doing this session, which is titled Life Narratives, Implications in Social Policy. I'll start briefly by talking about why did I think that this can be relevant to a faculty development program which is trying to engage with questions of theory, concept, and method, and also its application in, both in society as well as in our everyday lives. So when I'm looking at life narratives, I am particularly focusing myself within a qualitative field of inquiry. That's in some ways, that's the first thing that I would want to say, because I'm sure throughout the faculty development program, you would have had sessions on quantitative research as well as qualitative research. I am foregrounding myself into the larger social science understanding of qualitative research methods and techniques. Within qualitative research methods and techniques, my the second concentric circle, if I may, is the life narrative. And I'll talk in detail later on as to why is it, what is life narrative, and what are the kinds of life narratives that we will talk about. The third introductory point that I would want to also suggest is that very rarely do we think that qualitative research can have any implication on policy. Because when we think about policy, we usually think about numbers and a lot of data crunching. And, in the last 10, 12 years, big data seems to be the buzzword through which we do most of it. I come from a discipline, the discipline of sociology, which in North American sociological discourse, over many, many years, everything has only been about quantitative methods. So that's definitely a challenge for many of us who vouch for qualitative methods. But having said that, I would definitely today try to impress upon all of you, how is it that we can actually use qualitative research methods for policy? What kind of policy, I think, is what I will talk about at the later stages. So maybe not all kinds of policies, but definitely certain kinds of policies, especially policies related to vulnerability and marginalization. There is a lot that one can take from qualitative research and very specifically life narratives. The last thing that I would say in terms of introductory comments is that all of this that I'm being able to say today comes from two fields of work that I have been doing for a long time. Number one is my PhD research was on women's autobiographies. And I had looked at Bengali women's autobiographies, women who were born between the early 19th century and the early 20th century Bengal. And I had done a social history of Bengal through women's autobiographies. And the issues that I had discussed ranged between kinship to education to health to any activity that a woman would do in the public space, to questions around even friendships. So that is one strain from where I actually, and I'll talk about it in a little bit, but my own PhD work was around using life narratives and the importance of life narrative as a method in sociology/social science. That's one. The second strain, which is where I'm trying to link the life narrative with social policy, is my experience of teaching law, or rather law students, not the sociology that we would have done if we were doing in a department of sociology, but actually teaching sociology of law to law students. And because I had to teach, I had to temper my sociological training to fit into sociology of law, I had to engage with law and policy. I had to know contexts and implications of law and policy. And in some ways, I actually think that that I was lucky to have been taught in the language of sociology, because the language of sociology actually helped me to analyze policy and law. I'll show how that has happened. So with these, words, introductory words around life narrative, social policy, my own, autobiographical journey of trying to bring this two together, both in terms of classroom teaching as well as in terms of research, I now get to the more substantive part of today's discussion. So I'll begin with broadly qualitative research methods, types, and features. So when we think about qualitative research methods, I think it's important for us to first of all think what are the different types of qualitative research methods that we can think about. I'm leaving out from this discussion one very major qualitative research method, which is ethnography. I'm leaving it out again with the assumption that you would have sessions specifically on ethnography. Because when we think about qualitative research methods, we immediately think about ethnography. I'm leaving it out. If there are any questions from participants or any clarification, I could do that later. But for my discussion, I'm not bringing in ethnography. I want to state it up front that you don't see ethnography here, which doesn't mean that ethnography is not part of qualitative research method. It's definitely is a big part of qualitative research methods. I am not using it today for the purpose of today's lecture. What am I using? I'm saying that when we think about qualitative research methods, we want to actually start thinking about qualitative research methods through life narratives. So, and that's the reason why life narrative is in bigger font. We can start from thinking through life narratives, and then interviews is a very, very important aspect of qualitative research methods. And even when we do ethnography, we actually double it up with in-depth interviews. We just don't do participant observation. We also do in-depth interviews. So the second is in-depth interviews. The third is, something that again, we do a lot in sociology, things like case studies or focused group discussions. And when we do case studies, I think it is one of the very, very valuable, one of the very, very valuable kinds of qualitative research, primarily because there are certain themes of research which can only be done through case studies, especially if you're doing research, let's say, with issues around mental health. It is not an easy thing to do, but we can use case study methods to do it, primarily if you want to take hospital as a site of your research. So case study method becomes important as a qualitative analysis. Focus group discussion also is something which has become very popular in the last about 2 decades or so, primarily because a lot of non-governmental organizations, even development sector organizations, use focus group methods. And primarily, if we work in, rural communities, or if we work, let's say, also in, slums and urban areas, sometimes using focus group discussion actually makes a lot of sense, because it may be difficult to do one-on-one in-depth interviews with with a certain kind of population, where focus group discussion can help, because in some ways everyone can prompt each other. And because focus group discussion happens with many people together, and usually it happens with women or children or elderly sitting in a circle, or even the youth sitting in a circle, and there is a facilitator, or in our case we will say it's a researcher who is facilitating that focus group discussion. So to actually hear somebody else as a prompt also enables me to say something, which is very difficult in a one-on-one interview. If you think about it, one-on-one interviews are easier with people who are a little more probably have access to education, etc., a little more articulate in the way in which they would be able to talk about something, which may not be the case with respect to certain others who feel more, if I may say, more empowered by actually sitting together and doing a discussion. It is a discussion as opposed to an interview. So, that's the reason why I think that focus group discussions also can be very, very useful. A third set of things that you can, think about in terms of qualitative research method is doing content analysis of photographs, or even, content analysis of cinema, the popular, basically. I'm not trying to say that photograph is popular as opposed to, let's say, cinema. Cinema is where I'm using the word popular, but photos can also be very important. A very, very renowned sociologist by the name John Berger wrote this very important certain book in the 1970s called Ways of Seeing. In some ways, it's a classic text for many of us as sociology students to use. What do ways of seeing mean, and what does a photograph communicate? And how is it and why is it that as social science researchers, we should be using or may use photographs? Cinema, of course, I'm sure all of you would be knowing that over a period of time, the use of the popular in the social, the use of the popular in understanding the social world, cinema can actually play a very important role. And there's been a lot of writings, not just, and I think what I'm trying to also say is that as a student of sociology, when I'm engaged with using, let's say, cinematic content, I would do it very differently, let's say, from a film studies person. I would not look at it as a film studies kind of a text. To give you one example, one very famous sociologist by the name Patricia Uberoy in the 1990s had done an amazing article in Contributions to Indian Sociology in which she discussed two very relevant films of the early 90s, one Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge and the other Pardes. And she looked at these two films through questions of diaspora and questions of NRI population in America, and connected it with questions or conflicts rather with traditional values held in Indian families, etc., and how they come in conflict with jab videsh mein log rehte hain ya bas jate hain, so how does that come in conflict with, let's say, quote unquote Indian values, and she did it through a very in-depth analysis of these two films. And Oberoi is one name, and because it was, to me, it was one of the first kind of sociological texts engaging with the popular. Of course, after that, a lot of people have used the popular. I myself use examples of films quite a bit in my writings as well, primarily because when you see that certain issues probably get reflected in the popular earlier than you do sociological studies around it. Sociologists take time to do studies and get to the thing. So that's a third. The fourth is posters and social media. I kind of combined posters and social media because again I've been interested a lot in looking at posters which, by posters I mean posters which are part of social movements. So let's say the women's movement using posters. What kind of posters has the women's movement used over a period of time? Chuppi Toro was, or Break the Silence, was actually a very important both slogan as well as poster that the women's movement used to talk about sexual harassment. When we did not have internal complaints committees in universities, the 2013 Act was not in place, but the women's movement raised it, and the women's movement used very interesting posters around it. There's a reason why I'm looking at posters and social media together, because today, I think so much happens in the social media, which at some juncture, let's say in the 70s or the 80s, actually happened through social movements and posters and pamphlets that the social movements came up with. There is archiving of those, later. But at that point in time, I don't think that there was so much initiative towards archiving. Social media posts today serve a very important purpose of understanding a few things. What those things are, we will get to when we get to the right-hand side of this slide. But understanding of different kinds of perceptions among people, be it psychological, be it sociological, be it political. Social media posts, and I'm sure all of us also know that there is a lot of, there's also a lot of animosity that happens within social media posts. It just doesn't remain, my opinion as opposed to, let's say, somebody else's opinion, but we start fighting over social media posts. And that also says something, largely about, the kind of larger social environment in which we are living. So I think visual not visual, digital ethnography is something which is becoming important in the last 10-15 years as a qualitative research method. And I think many of you may want to think about digital ethnography, where the use of, we're looking at social media and looking at, not just comments in social media, but what is posted in social media and how is public opinion generated, as a result of it. Those kinds of works will become more and more important in, the larger social science area. Finally, I would say that I definitely consider legal texts as a very important qualitative research method. Research technique. By legal texts, what do I mean? By legal texts, I mean any kind of text that comes from the body of law. And, for many of us, we think that, Supreme Court judgments are legal texts. Yes, they are, but they are only one kind of legal text because, the newspapers flashes Supreme Court judges and their judgments quite a bit. That's the reason why we think that, that is one, but it is not the only one. Judgments coming from either the Supreme Court or the High Court or lower courts, which is district courts, are all legal texts. Or any kind of legislation is a legal text. I'll give you some examples of legislation in the last slide towards the end. So any kind of legislation is also a legal text. The Constitution of India is, of course, the most formidable legal text from where we draw our interpretation, philosophy, sustenance, a lot of socio-legal recognition actually comes from the Constitution. Even things like law commission reports. I'm sure some of you would have read that very recently the Law Commission is asking, seeking opinion from common citizens about the Uniform Civil Code. It is not the first time that the Law Commission is asking this. Actually, the Law Commission asked this also in 2016. In the early 1980s, the Law Commission had actually done interviews with different women's groups before it came out with recommendation on changes in rape laws. Post the 2012 December 16 gang rape, which is mediatized as the Nirbhaya gang rape, there was a committee that was set up by the government of India, and they worked literally like a law commission, and they had depositions from about 100 women's rights, child rights, LGBTQ rights organizations, which gave their opinion about what kind of changes should rape law have, and which is the reason why we had the 2013 rape law amendment. So law commission reports or commission reports are also important legal texts. Think about labor tribunals, or family law, family courts, and the kind of reports that family courts would come up with. All of this I would, include within legal texts, and I think that that's an amazing ambit, not just for students of law. We shouldn't leave the law only to those who study the law. Those of you here who are social sciences as well as natural scientists, please try and engage with law and legal texts, because I think that's a very, very important, document, not to be left only to the lawyers. And I say this having had experience of teaching law students for many years in my teaching career. What if these are the types of qualitative research techniques What are the features of qualitative research techniques? And I'm going towards the right-hand side of the slide where I very, very centrally focus on experience. And I think the one very major feature of qualitative research, which the quantitative research cannot have, or even if it claims that it has, it's very limiting, is to foreground experience. Experience of participants, experience of understanding the participants. I think that is something which is of seminal importance of any of the qualitative research method that you would want to use. But what would you do with it? What do I mean when I say that experience is central? So if you look at the upper three blocks in the right-hand side, then I'm saying a few things. I'm saying belief or value systems, which is underlying any behavior. And that's something that we need to understand. If you are using life narratives, if you are using in-depth interviews, if you're doing case studies or focus group discussions, it's important to understand what is the belief or the value system underlying a certain behavior. Let's think that we are doing a research around menstruation and taboos associated with menstrual cycles. It is extremely important for us to understand what is the community's belief, value system, customs in regard to taboos that women have during the menstrual cycle. Not value judgment attached to it. And immediately come to the conclusion, ye to backward hai, primitive hai, all of those very commonsensical ways in which we think about it. No, it is important to understand where do those beliefs and values come from. And to understand that if these beliefs and values lead to restriction of women's mobility, let's say, or restriction of women's access to, let's say, the kitchen, which happens in various communities when women are menstruating, then it's important to actually say that the belief is restricting, or the belief is connected with a certain kind of custom, but then also to articulate that that custom is is contextualized in a larger patriarchal understanding or belief or practice, because it does something to women, namely restrict movement. So I think that's one thing, belief, value, etc. A second thing that we need to talk about when we think about features of qualitative research is perception and decision. And I think when we say perception and decision or decision making, what I'm primarily meaning is that what are the kinds of perceptions that women, whoever that we are doing research with, have learned over generations. Perceptions are not created on one day. Perceptions are learned. We are socialized into it. In today's day and age, perceptions are also fed, let's say, by popular, fed, let's say, by social media. So you can look at cinema and social media as important tools which is feeding into perception as well. Which may not always be a very quote unquote value neutral kind of a perception, which may lead to certain kinds of stereotypes and biases. But it's important understand that. What I'm trying to say is that as a true social science practitioner, it is important that I understand why the perception exists, rather than again trying to say ye to kharab hai, ye to ganda hai, ya whatever. Those are very commonsensical. It is not based on evidence. So that's something which is very important, that even when we are dealing with something as nebulous and as volatile as perception, we still have to give evidence. And in some ways, it is only qualitative questions that will enable us to give evidence, in things like perception, in things like belief, in the third thing that I would say, circumstances, processes, and sources of meaning that we, that we make of the interaction that we do with, with our participants. So it's important to contextualize the interaction. The interaction doesn't happen in a vacuum. So, I was very recently evaluating a PhD thesis around practices of menstruation in rural and urban areas of a particular state. And what was very interesting for me to read while doing that evaluation is that what is the context in which certain kinds of practices exist, and what are the processes that exist in those communities over generations, which, women in a later generation either embrace or reject. It isn't that all women embrace it. They also reject it. They also question it. They also say that, in today's day and age, if I'm a working woman, then it cannot be that, for a few days in the month, I will not go out and work. Yeah. So what then is the circumstance? What then is the process through in order for us to make meaning of the interaction that we are doing? Again, it is qualitative research and in-depth engagement with experience, which is why I have experience in the middle, in-depth engagement with experience to understand belief, value, perception, decision-making, processes, and meanings of interaction. That qualitative research would help us. The three things that we necessarily have to do if we do qualitative research. One is thick description. The second is use reflexivity. The third is data triangulation. So thick description, reflexivity, and data triangulation. Unless we do these three, we will actually not be doing a rigorous qualitative research. What do we mean by thick description? This is, of course, a word, a concept that I'm borrowing from the very famous ethnographer Clifford Geertz, who for the first time introduced us to the term thick description when he did an amazing, and it's a little 20-page article where he discusses a practice in Bali, and it's the Balinese cockfight. It's लिटरली ये कबूतर अगर अपने बीच फाइट करता है ना, तो उसके ऊपर एक स्टडी, that is what Clifford Geertz had done in Bali, and his 20 pages of ethnographic discussion is around the Balinese cockfight. And amazingly, he engages with questions about the political economy of the fact that a cockfight exists in this island called Bali. What is the political economy behind it? Not just about who is watching it and who is doing the play and who is the audience, etc. But what is the larger economy around it? What is the cultural belief around it? Why does the state of Bali legalize cockfight or has delegitimized cockfight? And what is the colonial history around it? In that one article, through thick description, detailed description of the cockfight, Clifford Geertz gives us all of this. It's an amazing piece of work. I would actually, request, if needed, I can share the essay with you for all of us to read it, because I think that is something which gives us, in some ways, what do we mean by description? I think for good researchers, for any good researcher, a very good description of the field is very, very important. Unless we do a very detailed description of the site, the context, the location, we will not be able to understand who these people are with whom we are doing research. Yeah, so that is very important. So thick description is something that we have to do if we are using qualitative research. Second is the use of reflexivity. There's a lot of work that has happened around reflexivity. Of course, the sociologist by the name of Jürgen Habermas was the most important, philosopher sociologist who's written in depth on reflexivity. What say very, to simplify what Habermas had said, I think what is important for us to keep in mind is that when I'm analyzing the data that I have gathered, it is important that I analyze as a researcher, definitely, but we keep in mind the point of view of the participant. We never forget the point of view of the participant, because it is the participant who has given me what to analyze. If the participant did not participate, I will not be a researcher. So the researcher is a researcher because participants cooperate, because participants collaborate. And it is important that the researcher uses the participants' belief, value, perception, circumstance, keep those in mind while analyzing the data. Yeah, or else what will happen? Or else I will only give very biased opinion. Then it will be an opinion. It will not be a research. It will not be reflexive. Any research has to be reflexive, meaning that it has to voice, it has to bring on the table what the participants have said, what the participants have articulated. Yeah, that is extremely important. And finally, as a qualitative researcher, you need to do data triangulation, which means what? Which means combining certain kinds of methods. So combine life narratives with interviews with cinema. Yeah, so and I'll give you an example in the next slide itself. Or combine focus group discussion with legal texts, with in-depth interviews of a few participants who were there in the focus group discussion. What I'm trying to say, I'm trying to say that in order to do a very rigorous qualitative research method, it is important that we combine different kinds of qualitative research methods. But then it also has to speak to each other. It just cannot be that, because I am mixing up life narrative and legal text. I need to actually show why is it that I'm mixing up the two, or else it becomes, it can just be very, it can just be very superfluous. I now come to the last two slides where I will focus on life narratives and policy. So the first is around life narratives, types, and social relevance. So the word life, I'm using the word life narrative. There can be other words. So if you find other words, like what I will now say, you will please also keep that in mind. I saw in the chat box, somebody is writing that the slide has not changed. Do you see the slide here as life narratives, types, and social relevance, or is it not?
Oh, it's the same slide, ma'am. Types and social relevance.
Life narratives, types.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, so a certain set of people would call it life narratives. People might also call it life history. People might also you may also have words like memoirs. You may also have words like testimonio. All of these can be interchangeably used with life narratives. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that I'm using the word life narrative here, but if you see people using memoirs, or people using testimonials, or people using life history, it would mean the same thing as what we are doing today as life narratives. Okay, so that's the ambit that you need to keep in mind. Within this ambit, life narrative, life history, memoir, all of this, what are the things that I am bringing together? So what are the types of life narratives and life histories? Autobiographies or biographies? That's the first. Second, letters or diaries. That's the second. The third, personal belongings, or what we call memorabilia. I'll give example of each. Fourth, family photographs. And number 5 is personal interviews. It's a little different from in-depth interviews. I'm saying that this is personal interviews. So these are 5 things, 5 types of life narratives that I am, giving example of. Now, when you think about autobiography, so this one important, what should I say, assumption, that exists. Who writes life narratives? Yeah, who are the people who want to write autobiographies? Whose memorabilia are even important? Yeah, we should think that these are great, famous people. Yeah, and for the longest time they were men, because women were not really famous. So you had these famous great men personalities who write autobiographies, or whose letters would be preserved and then later published. Coming from Bengal, I have, every year at till a certain point of time in my adolescent life, we would see Tagore's, unpublished letters getting published. And I would wonder as a child, but I'm now in my, 20s and still I'm, seeing Tagore's letters being published. Yeah. Have a keen interest in it also, right? Because it is Tagore, right? So that's what I'm trying to say, that fame in some senses, it is attached to who can do life narratives. My PhD work was actually to challenge this, that it is not famous men who write life narratives only. It is ordinary women who can also write autobiographies. And why is it that ordinary women had to write autobiographies? Because most women were not writing. And because most women were not writing, therefore, when some women wrote, they just did not write about themselves, but they wrote about their times. They wrote about history. They wrote about their interpersonal relations through which you understand what is family and kinship in a certain time in history, or in a certain culture, in a certain region. Yeah, very famous autobiographical works that has happened in the Maharashtra belt has been by a social historian by the name Meera Kosambi. And a very important book by her was Crossing Thresholds. And she brings together various Marathi women's autobiographies and engages with questions on child marriage, on widowhood, on women's access to education during the social reform period in Maharashtra. I was literally trying to do the same thing with respect to Bengal by looking at Bengali women's autobiographies. Yeah. So that's one challenge that we'll have to keep in mind, that when we do life narratives, we usually will get people to say कि ये क्या मतलब जीवनी पर के क्या ही करेंगे, because we think that it is only about me. But my argument is that it is not about the self. It is about the self, the other, and history. So I'm kind of combining the right hand side and the left hand side now as I'm speaking. The second important thing to remember is that life narratives they study relationships. So the person who is writing the autobiography, who is that person? And that person is not somebody in vacuum. That person is, let's say, a daughter of somebody, is friends with someone, could be a colleague, could be, also a wife and a partner to someone, is maybe a mother to someone, also lost her husband at a certain age and is a widow. Yeah, or it's also someone who has taken part in, let's say, Ambedkarite or nationalist freedom movements. Yeah, there are a few women who have written autobiographies who took part in the Gandhian struggles. Yeah, Renuka Rai, Durgabai Deshmukh, these kinds of women, when they write autobiographies, they have actually written about the freedom movement. On the other hand, people like Urmila Pawar, Baby Kamble, when they write autobiographies, they have written about their involvement with Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar and his movement. basically anti-caste movements. Yeah. So you are many things, right? You're not just one, you're just not this one, whatever. And those relations, those experiences, those contexts come in when you're writing a life narrative. As as sociology and / social science researchers, we use two kinds of theoretical strategies or theoretical perspectives to engage with life narratives. Number one is hermeneutics, and number two is phenomenology. These are two very important theoretical approaches through which we engage with the autobiography, the letter, the diary, the personal interview, to understand the history and the relation, to understand the culture, the politics of the times. Yeah. So we are interpreting, which is what the meaning of hermeneutics is. Hermeneutics means interpretation. Very interestingly, origin of hermeneutics comes from interpreting the Bible. That is where hermeneutics began. Even when Max Weber is using the word hermeneutics in his book on methodology, he's actually talking about how hermeneutics began with interpreting the Bible. Now, so interpretivism, therefore, is something which is very important. Texts are to be interpreted, yeah, which actually means something very valuable, those of us who do, qualitative research, which is that none of it is really cast in stone. Nah? It is subject to interpretation. It is subject to interpretation, however, based on the context, the culture, the history, and the location. It is not just subject to interpretation because it is my opinion. That's the most important thing. And I think I'm reiterating it because I can't not give not talk about how valuable it is to interpret, keeping in mind context, culture, community, history, location. Phenomenology, on the other hand, is another theoretical perspective which we use when we talk about, life narratives. And phenomenology takes us to how do we study the everyday life. There's a lot of work that has happened in the last, about 20 odd years now in sociology around the sociology of everyday life. Dorothy Smith, a very important feminist sociologist in America, she first did this work around sociology of everyday life by looking into institutions and understanding what is everyday life of the making of an institution. Yeah. But various other people have also done a lot of work around the sociology of everyday life. And so if you have to break down everyday life, then in some ways, again, if I go back to my own, work, because I did work on women's autobiographies, one of the very important aspects of that work was that women wrote a lot about household activities. Yeah. And there's this very famous sociologist by the name of Anne Oakley who did very important work around housework in the 1960s in America. Very interestingly, she had used quantitative surveys to understand what is housework. Yeah. So I'm trying to say that you can understand housework from quantitative surveys also. National Family Health Survey in India does that. And if you look at NFHS data, then NFHS data actually does quantitative work, but then it still fetches work around what is the kind of housework that women do, which is the reason for UNDP to eventually say that how much more number of hours women in global South context spent on housework as opposed to men. Men spent less than half the amount of time in housework vis-a-vis women. So I'm trying to say that you can do it through quantitative surveys, but you also see it in qualitative. And when you see it in qualitative, you actually get to the thick description of it. Yeah. So that's phenomenological perspective. And finally, the other, very important thing that we need to engage with when we look at life narratives is to foreground that when we talk about life narratives, we are also understanding transformation. By transformation, again, I'm not necessarily trying to say, this great man, Sachin Tendulkar, writing an autobiography. We already know that he's a great man. Yeah. But I'm actually trying to say that what about what about Dalit women when they wrote autobiographies? They actually wrote autobiographies or life narratives or memoirs or what Sharmila Rege calls testimonials. They wrote with a political objective, and that objective was transformatory in their lives, or maybe not in their lives, but in the lives of the next generation. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that the relevance of life narratives is that it has a potential to being transformatory. You know what? I used to teach disability and law when I used to teach in the law school, and I always used Helen Keller's autobiography as an example as to what do you learn from Helen Keller's autobiography. It is a transformative work. And again, it is not transformative only because it is Helen Keller. Helen Keller was not born Helen Keller, right? She became that. And that becoming, that journey is something that you see in autobiographies. Or, as a young child, a book that really shaped my my understanding was The Diary of Anne Frank, which was about this little girl who was writing or maintaining a diary, basically about being in a hiding in Nazi Germany, and she just writes about the everyday life in that hiding, and through it you even get understanding of what was the kind of ration that was available during the high point of concentration camps. She is not in a concentration camp. She is, of course, in a hiding. Yeah, but then you understand the larger political environment through the diary of this really young girl, The Diary of Anne Frank, one of the most widely sold book internationally, literally ever. So I'll quickly go to the next slide, but just give maybe one or two examples. So I think I've given quite a bit of examples around autobiographies, but when we think about letters and diaries, I did give example of Tagore, but I think there are, again, very interesting work around unpublished diaries which are suddenly found, and different things are talked about. It's literally like a diary. Those of you who watch the popular as much as I do, very recently there is a series that has come in Hotstar or Z5, which is called The Scoop, and it's directed by Hansal Mehta. It's about journalists, but very interestingly, the series is inspired by a diary which was written by a journalist, and it was the diary of the Baikula prison. So prison diaries are actually something which is very, very an important genre of life narratives. Yeah, in the 1970s, again, various Naxalite women did actually write prison diaries. Family photographs is an area in which I haven't done any work, but I'm very intrigued with it. But those of you who are interested, you can read work by a very famous historian by the name Geraldine Forbes, Forbes. Geraldine has been working on family photographs and its importance to, again, history, relation, transformation, using hermeneutics and phenomenology. She's done quite a bit of work around using the family photograph, because family photographs also talk about a certain time. Yeah, and personal belongings, memorabilia. I was actually thinking about, if you visit certain, famous people's museums, then, something like, what did that person wear? What did that person read? Which study table, does that person sit? Again, I've been in Delhi. If I have to give an example from Delhi, the house in which Mrs. Gandhi lived, which has been transformed into a museum, that actually gives a very interesting, exploration of personal belongings and memorabilia. But again, not just famous people. So from Ambedkar University, Delhi, we did a very interesting project once, which was called Neighborhood Museums. And we did it in a place called Shahpur Jat. And Shahpur Jat is, in the blue line of the Delhi Metro, which is, closer to the western side of the city of Delhi, where we actually know that a lot of migrant population had come. And Shahpur Jat is actually a place which grew up literally post the partition because of migrant Sikhs coming in into that place. And the neighborhood museum was actually about these ordinary people, and they remembering what is it that they had brought with them. And that's what makes personal belonging and memorabilia. We did this in through Ambedkar University, Delhi, nearly 10 years ago. And now it is also interesting to see that the Partition Museum in Delhi, which is ironic, whatever, housed in the premises of Ambedkar University, Delhi, of the Kashmiri Gate campus, also uses different kinds of memorabilia of what people would bring. So, it's also interesting, right, that you are under the situation of partition. What do you carry with you? Yeah, and then that becomes your memory, but that also becomes your belonging, your association with the past, with the present. So all those kinds of things. Finally, the last slide on which that I will talk about is what kind of policy implications do life narratives have. And, as I had said absolutely in the beginning, I will, end also with it, which is that there are certain kind of research in which the use of personal narratives, use of life narratives can be very important. And these are the kinds of issues that I have thought about: violence, accessibility, health, living arrangements, and education. And why is it that I'm looking at, these kinds of issues where we can use life narratives, feeding into law and policy? I'm kind of thinking that, if we do very in-depth interviews around women who have faced, let's say, domestic violence or other kinds of violence, which is what actually happened before we came up with the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act of 2005. The Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act came in 2005, but before that, for 10 years, from 95 to 2004, pan-India women's groups went to different parts of the country and did focus group discussions and in-depth interviews with women of different categories: class, region, religion, caste, language, etc., to understand how prevalent domestic violence is. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that, domestic violence is a very sensitive issue. It's very difficult to get. I'm sure we get figures out of it. Of course, we get figures out of it that, how many times have your husband slapped you, kind of thing. Yeah. But that's, that's one part of the story. I don't think that we are only talking about it. We are also talking about, a certain kind of circumstance in which a woman lives her life facing, let's say, violence. And it's not easy to talk about domestic violence. It is not easy to complain about domestic violence. Because if you complain, then one question that will definitely come is that if you're thrown out of the house, then where do you go? Yeah, because there aren't many places where women can actually go and stay, especially if the woman is economically dependent. Even if the woman is economically independent, even then it is not easy. Yeah. So therefore, that's one. Second, accessibility. By accessibility, I actually mean, again, there's been a lot of work around persons with disabilities accessing, built environment, yes, but also accessing internet-related materials. Think about it. If you do not have a certain kind of software, which is called which is called JAWS, if you do not have it inbuilt into your systems, then those who are with visual impairment, they will not be able to read texts, because we read with our eyes, right? But what JAWS does is JAWS reads it to you. So it's a talking software. Yeah. So accessibility is something which is important. And again, Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, which came in 2016, repealing the 1995 Disabilities Act, is, I would think, is a good example where, different kinds of life narratives had a role to play, where accessibility would be constantly talked about. Third, health. We are all out of a pandemic, a global health crisis, and health and the importance of understanding different aspects of health in terms of in-depth qualitative work is very, very important. And I think there are two places that you can, those of you who are interested in health-related policies, you can look at the National Health Policy of 2017 of the Government of India. And you can also look at the HIV and AIDS Act of 2017. It's one of the best legislations that we have around health, where questions of privacy, informed consent, what are the rights of the healthcare provider, all of these are part of the HIV/AIDS Act of 2017. Interestingly, it is also there in the National Health Policy of 2017. And, double it up with reading the National Family Health Survey. We are now into NFHS 6. I think NFHS 6 is just going on, but NFHS 5 data is available, analyzed. The kind of questions that NFHS 5 data asked around domestic violence, around accessibility, around health, are maternal health, reproductive health, child spacing, these kinds of things. These are actually very, very important. These are qualitative questions. These are not quantitative questions. Education is, of course, another, and you, of course, have the Right to Education Act of 2005. But, it's very interesting, given that, at least I am sitting in Delhi, one of the things that I constantly hear different people from the Delhi government talking about are narratives of children in primary schools of Delhi. And how is it that Delhi government schools have actually undergone a change? And I think that's actually very, very important and interesting for us to, take into cognizance that what are these narratives of children? And these narratives of children, very interestingly, are actually narratives of transformation, something that I was discussing in the previous slide. And the thing which is very difficult to make policies with, which is living arrangements. And, very recently, this thought actually came to me. I've been thinking around living arrangements for a while, but it came to me through during the pandemic and the kind of research that I was doing around domestic violence during the pandemic. And I felt that, in some ways, very interestingly, what was told during the pandemic is stay at home and stay safe. And yet, various kinds of sociological work over the years have actually told us that women face a lot of domestic violence. So is the home really the safest place, is something that, made me ask this question, that what about, let's say, a huge amount of student population in India who actually stays in hostels or stays in paying guest accommodation. Yeah. What will we call it? We can't call it the home, of course, because it is not the home in the sense we understand home with family, all of that. But it definitely is a domestic space. It definitely is a living arrangement. Yeah. That, brought me to really think around and in some ways it is connected also to the previous point that I was saying, that if women make complaints on domestic violence, where do they go if they are thrown out? Because there aren't much living spaces or arrangements which are affordable, which are outside, let's say, of either the parental family or the marital family. What kind of living arrangements exist? It doesn't. And even when it does, there isn't any policy that is guiding it. Yeah, I personally have stayed in working women's hostels in Delhi, and I think, there's a little bit of that also here. But what I'm trying to say is that we actually have a huge population for purposes of education and for purposes of work, which actually do not stay in homes in the commonsensical understanding of home/family, whatever family it may be. So are there any kinds of government norms which should play a role, which there should be certain kind of a template that determine, hostels or working women's hostels, or, other kinds of shelter homes in which women may have to go because of whatever kind of reason? I think the pandemic has actually shown us that it is important. It is important for us to think on those lines. It is important for us to make policy on those lines. And I hope that, some of you would do research around it. I'll end by, just saying that I hope that I have been able to show to you that, that it is important that we engage with in-depth, rigorous, comprehensive, contextualized life narratives to get to important policies that will impact citizens' lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rukmini. It was indeed, this is I think in fact, when you talked about in the start of the session, and you said that, let me make it clear that, I will only be focusing on life narratives and will not take into ethnography, and hope that session has been conducted earlier. Yesterday, we had a session on ethnography.
Wow.
And you said we are going to talk about both quantitative and qualitative method. Today, post lunch, we are having a session on the quantitative.
Wonderful.
So the contextualization of your lecture is also so appropriate, because we had a session in ethnography, and today we are having such a wonderful session on using life narratives as a methodology, as a research method, and how it is so relevant and important in current time. And you have, gone into detail with based on your own experience of your PhD that you have done and the other works that you have done. You have brought in the, the debate so clearly. I'm certain that the participants would have benefit out of it. So thank you so much. Dr. Rahul, if there are any questions, please share. You're muted, Dr. Rahul, you're muted.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, ma'am, thank you so much for creating this enriching discussion, a very important discussion we had over here. The question has come from Lakshita Bhagat. She is asking whether an oral history falls within the life narrative approach, or also can you please tell us about the limitations of life narrative approach?
Thank you so much, Lakshita, for that. And I should have actually mentioned oral history. So, technically speaking, I don't think I will include oral history within life narrative. However, there's still one or two disclaimers maybe, which is, see, all of this, this need, the need for life narratives, the need for life history comes from somewhere. It comes from the fact as to what does history really document and what is it that is left out of history. Yeah. And it started with the women's question in a certain way in the 70s in America, or even in India, when Urvashi Butalia wrote The Other Side of Silence, talking about partition, but also women's experiences during the partition. The main question, the main point of critique was that while history documents, history also excludes. And because history relies a lot on archives are all that is written. It is written correspondence, or it is written, orders or newspaper or, whatever. So it's written, it is published. What about, what happens when things are not written? When things are not published? Therein comes in oral history. Oral history as a project globally, again, very interestingly, actually has its roots in understanding the Jewish suffering during the Second World War. That was where oral history project literally originated. Yeah. And in India, we can actually say that it has its origins vis-a-vis the partition and oral history and narratives, right? I'm actually trying to say that no, it is not, and also saying yes, it is, but probably try and understand what is what is my methodological position? My methodological principle is that life history or oral history comes into the space where history has stopped, or history has failed, or history doesn't exist, but memory becomes important. Yeah, and I'm sure many of you would know that there is this very, very famous sentence which says that where history stops, memory begins. Yeah, and therefore you have the oral, which is not written, right? So when you're doing, so, you know, when I said interviews, personal interviews, that can actually be an example of what you are saying, oral history. Okay, so that's one. And limitations, yes, I think I would say a couple of things. And I will, one, go back to my own research to say it. One was, so when I was doing work on autobiographies, one of the questions that I was asked constantly is, so you don't have anybody to interview? So I actually was very apologetic and said, all of these women are dead. How can I do interviews with them, right? Because I was dealing with a different, you know, time period altogether. But then at the same point of time, I did understand the importance of what I said, data triangulation. Yeah. So what I was trying to do in terms of data triangulation was, while I couldn't do interviews, what I was looking at was, because I was dealing with, you know, things like household work, family, health, education, I was very interestingly looking at certain kinds of Bengali proverbs and, you know, rituals and customs which would say the same things which the women are saying in their autobiographies. Yeah, so I was trying to triangulate it through that. Yeah, that there are very interesting, you know, very famous social reform men during those times when, you know, Bengal was one of the pioneers of social reform period, and yet these social reform men had such nasty things to say about women's education and, you know, not allow, why should women not be allowed education, right? Because women would become widows. That's why. That's exactly the argument that was made. So I was trying to triangulate through that. I would definitely think that it is important for any researcher who uses life narratives to use more than one kind of a method. Yeah, triangulation will help in two ways. Number one, social sciences are still very, very quantitative social science driven. And so you will always face the challenge of, अरे आप ये क्यों कर रहे हैं? Where is the number? So उसको counter आपको करना है by saying ये rigorous कैसे है? That is one. The second, you know, thing that you will face is, ये तो सब subjective बातें हैं, आप तो feelings or emotions or you know, experience में deal कर रहे हैं. So that is thought to be a limitation to me. You have to counter that limitation by saying, how are you contextualizing the experience? So the context, history, culture, community, that becomes your sociological rigor that you bring in to do what Weber says is hermeneutics. Yeah. So I wouldn't look at any of these as limitations. I would rather look at it as, you know, tools, advantages through which you can get there. Because, you know, the point of limitation generally comes from this very positivistic, quantitative, data-based approach. That's fine. I hope I have been able to answer you, Lakshmi. Lakshita, sorry, Lakshita.
Yeah, Lakshmi.
Yeah. There's another question that I see. Which narrates her good question, Pooja, around you know, Chuktai's work, and in one of her stories, she unveiling the version of child sexual abuse. I think what you need to again, you know, my word of caution, which is, you know, in some sense that I was trying to say with to Lakshita also, is that rather than jumping into saying that Chuktai's stories talk about child sexual abuse, don't do that. Because if you have to say that, then you will have to see whether Chuktai's stories, sexual abuse or child sexual abuse is repeatedly coming. Yeah. So that is one thing to be cautious about. A second thing too that you definitely have to say is, when is Chuktai writing this? When is this story written? And while writing this story, think about what that time frame is and look at during that time frame, what were the kinds of feminist discussions, public discussions that were happening, and see whether in those discussions the figure of the child ever emerged. If it did not, then it is good for you to actually say that while in public debates it did not emerge, in literature it emerged through Chuktai. Yeah, so that would be my response.
Ma'am, I have one question over
Yeah,
here.
sure, Dr. Ram.
When you were talking about the qualitative research, we spoke about photography, cinema, etc. And suddenly the one of the articles written by Junaid Sheikh came in front of me, where he is talking about imaging cast and photography, which is actually because my research was on the housing market of Mumbai. So during my PhD, I referred this particular text where he's comparing the housing question which was presented by one of the Indian researcher who took the pictures, and is comparing the same scenario with the British who was doing a research on the question of housing, and he captured the images or photographs of the housing situation in Bombay in early 19th and 20th century. So there, Junaid Sheikh is trying to differentiate between how the data was captured through photographs by one of the Indian researcher and how the British captured. The Indian focus more on how dirty their locality is, and whereas British researcher focus more on why this dirt or what the housing problems are there. It's a very structural problems, and he focused more on the images of structures of a housing. So how would you see here, and the Junaid Sheikh has wonderfully brought this comparison very beautifully. So ma'am, in this context, then how would you, because we talked about the perception, right? How the perceptions are made, how the perceptions are formed, and perceptions become evidence also. So what is the ethical responsibility when you are capturing a data? Because capturing data through photographs was a privilege over that period. So how would you see the ethical responsibility the researcher has on oneself while making data into evidence?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that really, really important question around ethical context. Yeah, I think again, I'll go back to my own research and think about the ethical question first, and then respond to what you are asking. One of my biggest dilemmas while doing analysis from autobiographies was, am I understanding these women from my feminist location of the current times? And am I trying to find out absences in their lives from my current contemporary location? Yeah. So the reason why I'm saying this is that when we look at life narratives, because it's so important to look at it context specific. Somebody has written the autobiography, let's say. There is a publisher who has published it. I read all the autobiographies, 20 of them, all of which were published documents. I did not read anything which was unpublished. Yeah. So somebody is publishing it. Second layer. Third layer, somebody is reading it, a general reader. Fourth is me, who is not just a general reader, but also a sociologist who is making sense of the autobiography. And in all of these four, there actually can be exclusions or multiple perspectives from what that woman had written in, let's say, 1893, when the first autobiography in Bengal was actually written. Yeah. So there are these stages through which you pass, and it's important that you keep in mind, questions of these different kinds of experiential and subjective layers that exist. So that's one part of the story. The other part of the story of what you are asking about, what when you are using, especially with respect to photograph, and you are giving this example, there are, multiple examples, especially with respect to photojournalism and war photography, and, broader ethical questions around, how gruesome, how do you depict the gruesomeness of war? Do you actually depict it, or do you don't depict it? Because, it can lead to a lot of trigger, etc. But since this is a question around housing, and how is it that, an Indian author is doing it, and maybe there are two things that we'll keep in mind. Number one, I would also tend to think that when Junaid Sheikh is doing this, it is important to understand when is he doing it, whether the time space of the British person, right, British whatever, ethnographer, photo ethnographer writing it, and Junaid's writing, what are the time space differences or similarities? I think that's the first thing to keep in mind to counter the question of subjectivity, bias, everything that exists. That's one. The second is that it's important for us to understand, is there a colonial gaze through which a British ethnographer is writing? And for that, while analyzing, that book is important, but it is theoretically, there has been a lot that has been talked around the colonial gaze, and early ethnographers in India has had a colonial gaze, and ethnography as a discipline or a practice, there's a huge critique that it is actually a colonial practice. Yeah, so I think to bring that debate up front would be important. But together with it, the other thing that is equally important to say is Junaid Sheikh and his location, and what is the Bombay that he is representing? Which Bombay is this? I think that's also equally important in terms of housing. The last thing that I would want to say is that because you brought this very recently, I think I just saw it in the last 2-3 days, there's been a new work has been published around household segregations in different urban cities in India. And 3 people have done this work. And again, very interesting work has come out. Very interesting data has actually come out around how segregated various urban cities in India live. Segregation based on caste and religion primarily. Again, I'm just trying to think that even there, when this kind of research is being done, broader ethical questions do remain, especially when you're using the lens of photograph, right? So again, so I think I'll say it in this way, that it is important to bring the debates on the table. 1, the colonial gaze. 2, whether there is a Brahminical gaze. 3, how do you counter it? Let's say, would it have been different if these photographs would have been done by somebody else coming from a certain different kind of a social location?
Thank you so much, Dr. Rukmini, for giving us, Professor Rukmini, for giving us this lecture. I think Dr. Rahul was around, but maybe. So thank you so much. It was really wonderful to, to hear you, and, brings back the polished memories when you hear lecture, etc. So these sessions, FDP sessions, are also very good for us also, because, we also get to hear our colleagues and senior, junior, people who are talking on all these topics. So it's wonderful. So, so we would like to wind up.
Thank you so much for having me here. I was extremely delighted to take part in this, and also thanks everyone who engaged so much with the lecture. Thank you very much.
It's been a privilege for all of us also here to invite you and to have you on this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
I think we have the next speaker, Dr. Rahul.
Yeah.
We have our next speaker. Yes. Good morning, Professor Asthana. Could you switch on your video, please?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. Yeah. All right. Dr. Rahul, shall we start?
Yes, ma'am. So, thank you so much. Now we are heading to our next session, which is the title of the next session is the role of teacher in modern era. The timing of the session is from 11:45 to 1 p.m. Let me introduce Professor Asthana over here. Thank you so much, Professor Asthana, for joining us and taking this, accepting our proposal to present your ideas on this topic. So Professor Asthana is working as a dean at Maharishi Law School College and was director of Kasturi Ram College of Higher Education, dean Chandraprabhu Jain College of Higher Studies, Narela, and course coordinator of BTech LLB in University of Petroleum Studies, Dehradun, and academic counselor of IGNOU. He completed his LLB from Barkatullah University, LLM from Jainarayan Vyas University, Jodhpur in business laws and awarded doctoral degree in banking law. He's having vast experience in law, teaching especially in family law, human rights, law, justice, and information, private, international law, company law, banking law, corporate laws, business laws, etc. So without taking much time over here, I would like Professor Asthana to put his ideas across and enlighten the participants who have joined us here online. So thank you so much. And it's over to you, Professor Asthana, sir.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar. Thank you, Shruti ma'am, that you have invited me for the speaking on the role of a teacher, and today's faculty development program is going very well. And thank you, Pushpraj sir, also, and thank you, Rahul sir, also, that inviting me to speak on the something which is so important, the role of a teacher. I have divided this topic into the two parts of one is that how the teacher should act or behave, or the qualities of, and secondly, some of the part into the research the teachers are lagging into on the legal aspects of the law researcher does it. So I wanted to emphasize into that. One of the proverb it had been quoted in the Japanese this language, the better than 1,000 days of diligent studies in one day with a great teacher. And yes, definitely it could be a very Japanese proverb to indicate the fantastic quality of a good teacher. Spending time, marvelous educator has a positive influence not only on your academic but overall outlook of the life. And in that, what are the great quality of a teacher that can have a strong impact on the students? And if you are aspiring a teacher on a new joining and willing to know about some of the great skill a teacher possesses, you are at the destination. And here I'll be discussing some of the quality of a teacher that one should have in a say about interacting with the student or classroom management and working together. So some of the qualities are, the first is that the good teacher must be having the excellent communicator. Here it's clear that one should have a great communication, as the great teachers communicate directly with their students, discuss the respective subjects, prospects, how it can align with their hobbies, and highlighted the interest into the positions. This can also give the student much room to express their doubts, and you are aware about that the student if doesn't ask about the doubts, then it's something we can say that the class is not properly being taught, or the student is not able to understand. The doubts must be there, so that the teachers can understand that yes, my student has initiated them something thinking or the thoughtfulness And on this matter, this yes, let's ask the questions, and we should also emphasize on this that then coming to the being a great teacher will need you to express you towards the student and communicate with them clearly regarding the subject prospects and try to diminish their fear gradually. And moreover, this could be the strong communication skill will also help to the deliver the clear lecture that proper insert into the students. Then going towards the next, that the great teacher emphatic with the students. One of the finest characteristics of the student that their empathy toward their students must be in a good way. So if you point out his mistake and try to advising him to get him back on the track and improve his grade, but there is no change in the scenario, it might make the impatient and infuriated, and you end up with the reviewing him the badly. But as a teacher, you must try to feel him first. What if they have a learning disability or they are going through the bad phase in their home? There can be a lot of reason that you need to discuss. Here again, the good teacher has an excellent listener. According to the Gillian Parish, the research and communication specialist at the St. Louis University, is being told that being a good listener can help the teacher initiate new ideas and creative approach. Say about one stance, if I discuss here, that some of the student who was not properly listened by the teacher and came to me, and they were discussing that, sir, I was late, but some of the teacher who has not taken me into the positive way, and he has something stalled him or even used some strong words. So when I listened to the student, then I could find out that yes, he wanted to say something, and but the angriness or the anger of the teachers, then it was not properly listened. So as a teacher, you must spend the considerable time speaking, discussing, and leading conversation at the same time. You must listen to the students, understand their thoughts, derive a conclusion accordingly. And the two-sided effective discussion will always beat the monotony of boring one-sided lecture. And this could be. So that the listening quality of the teacher must be inculcated or developed too. And then again, the adaptable attitude, then this must be, the teacher must have the adaptability. Our teacher can't follow the same teaching method for every class. Several factors must be considered, like the student age, syllabus he is covering, and the class timing. Suppose if you have the first period of the day, and in that period, the minds and everything is set up, the student is charged with the beginning and hour of the class. So you can go into the lecture method that the student is listening and you can deliver your lecture. If say that if the half time is passed and after the interval the students are tired and boring, so you can adopt the another method so that they can be responsible and they can listen you as say about you are engaging the student. Then a good teacher have a great engagement capability. The class doesn't mean that the constant delivery of the lecture with the student nodding yes or no every time. So the engagement of the student is necessary. Rather, it's more about the meaningful conversation, healthy discussion, and great exchanges that make a healthy learning environment. Then the next point is that yes, the teacher must be a super patient. A teacher must have the patience for the hearing to the student with their student that yes, what they are telling and how they're working through. Say about if I take the example of the moot court and the practices that many students who came that asking the problem because we frame the questions, we frame the problem for the student for their moot court and other practices. So normally they approach to even we provide the mentors also that yes, the student can come and discuss with them. So providing a mentor, it's a good, but then also it's a mentor's responsibility. Then how he reacts with, how he deal with the. So it's a patience, fully listening to the students most important. So here you need to deal with the a lot of matters like managing and doing the environment and creating the environment facing the opposite mindsetters in the classroom and discuss accordingly. Working both like-minded and unlike-minded colleagues. Discussion with the parents about the student progress, making them understand with the important details and participating in the parent-teacher meeting because in the university level, I think the PTM is not being executed. Many university they are focusing that PTM should also be there, and we like our university they maintain it that PTM should also be there so that the interaction between the parents and the teachers should also be there, and including that they can be given a feedback that how the student is working. Then the good teacher should also focus on the real world learning because nowadays the students are so focused on the this Googles and other research engines and other way also. Then the teacher must also be convergent too. One of the primer quality of a good teacher is focusing on a real world learning that they provide the students with in-depth knowledge about the topic taught. A teacher, you need to create a practical environment in the classroom that helps the student derive the better industries, as well as such as that I quoted that the practical environment related to the topic as in your curriculum, some of the PSD activities is also involved or undertaken, as well as the like I have mentioned the moot court, as well as the mock parliament or the debating quality. These are the things can be discussed with the student or given the task they should work on this. Then the teachers always share their experience and the finest practices. Some of the I was listening that the earlier this eminent expert that he was also sharing that some of the questions were there related to the some photography and other things, right? So sharing of experience is also necessary that yes, the student treat you as a role model. And the best teacher's quality is sharing the real experience and practices to present the real world scenario in front of the student. Teaching is not only about the coming into the class, checking homework, delivering the lecture, allotting the classwork, and leaving as when the time is over, right? So sharing a real life experience with the practical practices is the great way to boost the knowledge of a particular topic. Here, it goes continuous because the students listen you, students treat you as a role model. So again, next point will be the good teacher always encourage the collaboration. Nowadays, we are working on the collaboration also with the different institute, including the practical way as we have in the law field that we are associating the law firms and including the law commission, other institute for this working with the student on the topic of the syllabus, many other things. So here is the being an education sector is not only about the student teacher interaction. There are a lot with a lot of colleagues around you. Some of have the same mindset as yours. While it might differ from the few others, you might be knowledgeable in one sector, while someone can help you enrich your understanding in the space. So the even the best teacher will always encourage about this collaboration with the other teacher as the interested in expanding his knowledge on a particular matter. Further, if you go ahead the good quality of the teacher, here that the great teacher are the permanent learner. Even I've met with many good teachers like Professor Ruben Bakshi or even Professor Vijay Kumar or the authority of the law. And they always say, even Professor B.T. Kaul also, they also always says that we are always a learner. And definitely the teacher always start with the learning ability or the quality as with either from the student or from the among the colleague or from the any other person. So here the learning attitude must be focused too. So if we go into the precisely, we can say that there is no end. Knowing and learning, you can keep learning irrespective of age and discipline. Being a great teacher is all about the learning approach and being a keen on exploring the newer concept. Here, then teachers must have the creativity, highly creative. One of the other significant quality of a teacher is creativity. How your students are feeling in the class. If they are getting interested, then if they are enjoying the lesson, all this depend upon your level of creativity, how you function into, how you deliver to. Even if you are teaching a simple concept, try incorporating creativity that engages the student to listen into the class carefully. You need to have a neutral perspective. A good teacher must have the neutral perspectives because as a teacher, you must have the fair-mindedness. Being a teacher will need you to be impartial in the class and treat all the students equally. You can't be biased while marking their answer script as you are aware about and setting a question papers. So further, the teacher are also humorous. One of the other prime quality of an ideal teacher is a good sense of humor. And if you remember your school days, did you like long hours of a journal with no break in between? You must always try to create an environment into the class that you would be comfortable with being a student. And if you have a good sense of humor, try to utilize it after the continuous lecture to ease them take down and make a free so that they can be participated in the class and also find the approachable atmosphere. Here, The teacher must be consistent, because this quality is also be developed, and the teacher must be consistent into the even the class, and delivering the lectures, and making them is the class regularly, when maintaining and organizing the schedule and interaction with the student. This creates the positive environment. And being a teacher, you should be consistent in your class, and unless there is a serious emergency, and try to following a regular pattern of the DC student, connect with the organization. The teacher must be encouraging to the student. This quality must be by the teacher must have, that one of the main professional quality of a teacher, which has mental basis too, is encouraging the student and giving them a short reward when they do a good in the class, and boost the confidence. As an educator, try to be encouraging possible the plan short reward if your student are doing good. Encourage them when they give the right answer in the class, or don't rebuke them even if they are wrong. A positive attitude from the teacher will help the student in maintaining the class. Here, the next point will be that the teacher is always the reliable to the student, because say about if I take my example, that when I was teaching to the Petroleum University, normally the reliability with the students, I was checking that how they reliable too. By forgetting some of your books or something, that they immediately they bring in your cabin or in your office that yes sir, you have forgotten this there. So finally we can say that the good teacher is someone who is reliable and friendly. Even the school and educational institution are the second home to the student and are guided by the teacher. Being a teacher, you must be appreciable to them. They should think twice before discussing, and even the problem can be resolved as the reliability is important too. And the student will be remembered you for a long time, even after they are done with their course or the pass out. And they will set your example in front of others, considering you as one of the most reliable person they have met it. Achieving the milestone is a great success in your teaching career. And here, the next point will be the great teacher is passionate about the job. Say about some of the teachers should be passionate about his job and absolutely in love with their work. Because some of the teachers, as in our field, that some who is the aspirants of the judiciary, even in the litigation, they try to come in the academic field, and they spend some time, and after that they goes away because they do not have the passion into the teaching profession. So earlier they say that yes, I do have, and when it's required, they leave it. And finally, as they were comfortable into the your litigation or as well as in the judiciary. So the teacher must have the passionate about his job and absolutely in love with their works. Setting up a teacher career and succeeding it in doesn't occur overnight. It's no cakewalk. Rather, a long of the hurdle will await you. So keep consistent with your classes. Go up on your time, maintain a schedule, and repeat your day-to-day things. So consistency should be maintained. Then a good teacher should have a motivational, because the students is coming towards you to learn the things. So one of the other main quality of the good teacher is the motivating attitude. How you manage your student during their tough times displayed a lot about your characteristics as an educator. You should be motivating the student at their failure, that next phase will bring something better for them. The best teacher always try to fill his students' life with the positive energy that keeps them going in the long run. And further, the great teacher should also be nurturing attitude. Here, that how you would create an innovative learning environment by showing the nurturing attitude to the student in a class. There are the various scopes of the mistakes, rather than being a harsh. An ideal teacher is a nurturing towards them to guide them to the right path. One of the most mentionable quality of a good teacher is the honesty. You are the role model of your student and they look upon you as an inspiration. So you need to be the honest and even the coordinating with them. So not only will this quality mark you the great teacher, but also a great human being. Here, the most important thing, the point is that the teacher must be a punctual. One of the most important things, as it has been monitored and told by the deans and others also, that the teacher must be punctual into the class. And if you are punctual, the student learn from you as they recognize your attitude quite well. And that's why it's important to set a significant example in front of the students. Being a punctual to the every class is one of them. And moreover, it's on time is always helpful to finish the lesson within the given tenure and without rushing. Here, the good teacher should also have the great organizational skill. The personal quality of a teacher are also helpful in keeping them on a track in their professional segments and trying to maintain the organized schedule in your personal life. Keep everything in a pile in one place with all necessary belongings kept handy. The teacher must be ethical also. One of the other quality of a teacher must be ethical and in the principle also, because you should have a set of values, moral and principle that you follow in your life. And the keeping up with these ethics will help you the shine in professional life and encourage the student to learn from you. And here, the teachers must maintain the dignity. Another main quality of the teachers should be the teacher must maintain its dignity, and you should be friendly, but that must not cross the line of encouraging the student to be disrespectful. Adhere to your dignity that keeps them respectfully and obedient towards you. Here, the good teacher encourages the classroom rules, because it's necessary. Nowadays, you find that some of the students they try that to disturb the classes or though, so you are there to maintain the discipline and the classroom rules, so that it should, the lecture should go on, go in the. So one of the best quality of it is creating effective classrooms rules for the students that keep the lesson time engaging. The student should also adhere the classroom rules and achieve the short goals set for the stipulated lecture, and it boosts the better learning. Here, so these are the points already discussed regarding this the rules of, or even the best quality of the teachers. I should also focus that some of the new education policy should also focus that the teacher must focus on the some 3 or 4 points, including 5 points that the student must develop, like the Sharirik Vikas, Pranic Vikas, Mansik Vikas, Bauddhic Vikas, and spiritual developments. And further, some of the research points, research area, I should also mention here that the teacher must develop the qualities are. Because as a teacher, you are a researcher also, you are guiding to the student research scholar that how they develop their research skill into their life, as well as the this is something good things for your API score also. But I have seen that including the things that I have seen that many teachers are, as well as the research scholar, they lack on the research quality of say about as we are talking about the plagiarism. So plagiarism is the very common thing, but how to reduce it, how to eliminate it, how to minimize it. So you might be, because I've seen the research paper, many research scholars, they have written that they are not making the proper use of footnote. They are not making the use of even IBID or even supranote, even the references, even the in notes, because say about making of acknowledging the contents which you are taken from the other places, that must be acknowledged. It's known to everyone. But how it could be acknowledged, because I've seen the management, the research paper, they are using the endnotes. But endnotes are not properly, even only this has made in the point-wise the references, and this could not be the proper acknowledging of the contents you are taken from. So it's necessary that say about the, if you talk about this footnote. Footnote should also be given at the bottom of the page, but must be acknowledged according to the pattern. What we have said that in the law we are using the INI pattern or the blue book pattern, and in that pattern should also be mentioned it. And say about some of the researchers, they are repeating the same thing, what the content you are taking to. So it's necessary that if you are repeating the content, that you should go by the footnote or acknowledge the thing into the IBID or in the supranote, the concept is. And as well as if you are taking the endnote, so you must focus that the particular place where you have put the content, so that it could be corresponding footnote should also be mentioned. If you are putting a cursor into the footnote, this must reflect the corresponding the place where you are taking you are mentioning the content. So then again into the thesis you are making your bibliography, then statute, then references, then your linkage, then periodicals, then journals. These should also be mentioned too. Here, one thing I should also mention here, that in research, many of the research scholars or even the new teachers who are not able to go up with your research paper, complete the research paper, because if you in the research already it has been mentioned also if you go into the details that the selection of the topic is so much important. If the topic is understood, topic is reframed, topic is framed in the proper way, so that the research can be go in a systematic way, and whatever the content I've told, that the footnote and note, including the IBID, then supranote, then references, that could be helpful to the others. So by these things, I should thanks to the management of the Amity University, Dr. Shruti Singh, Madam, Professor Pushpa Sir, and Dr. Rahul Bandare Sir, that inviting me and speaking on some of the good topic on the role of the teachers, what they should have, and how the research could complete it. Thank you very much, and I would like to have some questions if you can permit it.
Dr. Swesha, you're not audible.
Yeah.
Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for this enlightening session. I would request the participants now to kindly put up if they have any questions in the chat box. Meanwhile, sir, it was such an engaging session, and being a researcher, I also have I also wanted to put up a question for you. So my question is that you mentioned about the research quality. Could you please tell us, are there any more ways how we can improve the quality of our papers and the ones who are pursuing their degrees, doctoral degrees?
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you for your good questions. First thing that framing, according to me, the framing of topic is so important. If you frame the topic, that will guide you, that will tend you to reach to your conclusion, suggestion, and recommendation. For that, the framing of topic is so important. Framing of topic, before framing of topic, you must go through the literature review, reading of books, reading of newspaper. When your mind says analytical, because everyone has the analytical mind, reasoning mind, that what, where, how, this question with the mind when you go through the literature review, right? So once you go through the literature review, then you can set your the topics. And if the topic is framed in a proper way, so the direction of the topic would go into, say about if your topic is related to socio-legal, maybe the approach towards the doctrinal or empirical study or any type of study. So the framing of topic is so important. But secondly, what I have mentioned here, that maintaining or citing the things into the footnote, endnote, and into your bibliography or the pattern, because the good research paper will also tend to that these type of criteria must be considered to, even kept in the mind, that while going through your research paper.
Thank you, sir. Also, I wanted to know, sir, how would you recommend the utilization of resources? Like, if we have certain topic, uh, is it okay to look for multidisciplinary journals and books when we are working on that topic? Or do we have to focus only on the topic that we are working on? So what would you recommend?
Say about very good question. See that today in the modern era, uh, the multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary topics are encouraged. Say about if you are taking the multidisciplinary, it's a good that even the UGC has also emphasized on this multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary, and the guide also, the co-guide and a guide can also be in the same other discipline also. So it's a good that if you are focusing into the multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary, say about that I have, if the research scholars are coming to me and they are focusing to, so I'm already guiding them that they go into the either the social legal or political legal or any other interdisciplinary topics, so that the research should also be stay in a continuously for more decades, so that you can elaborate your topic. You can go ahead with the topics, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And sir, like you had discussed the qualities that a teacher should have and the student should have. Uh, what would you recommend that in this growing with the coming of age of NEP, things are completely changing, and it has become very essential for students to become more diversified and adaptable, and it has become necessary for the teachers as well to be the same and to give leeway and space for the students to prosper. So
Yeah,
do you have any thoughts on that, sir?
Yeah, definitely. Again, it's a very good question, because I was having in my mind that this would also be discussed into while speaking on. See that NEP again open the new horizon of the study for the student, right? But here, as an administrator or as a dean, what I'm thinking, as a teacher, what I'm thinking is that though we are not being affected by the national education policy, because Bar Council of India has not given any direction that we should go for this national education policy, but some of the discipline they have started with, because though it's a good that after sometimes the student may go into the other discipline and may of the other area of the study also. But again, we are also focused to that, yes, the students should also remain with us, because you are also focusing towards the revenue generator, right? If you do not have your student stayed with you, then revenue matters should also be looked around, right? So that should not. Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Pushra sir wanted to ask some question.
Sir, you're not
Unmute
audible,
yourself.
sir.
Unmute yourself.
Okay. Sorry, sir. Sorry. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Nowadays, teachers' role is no longer conventional. Nowadays, teachers is supposed to do as much of teaching and the equal amount of research also. So, what do you feel? A teacher can be a good researcher, or a good researcher can be a good teacher, or what are the problems, or what are the dilemmas that the teachers nowadays face, and how to tackle it?
Oh, very good question, sir. Because every teacher asks even myself, even the teacher which they are sitting in front of me, they also feel like this, that where should I go? I have the interest in a research, but where as the teacher, I should also be focused on the teaching quality, and as well as the as a head of the institute, we should also focus on that the administrative matter. So all this, even if you think about this API score, like the counts that how many research paper, where you are the expert, where you are going to the how is the quality of your the teaching, how. So these things are mixed together. The teacher is maybe the good teacher, but the teacher must also develop its the scope towards the research also, even in the field of the administration, because later on he is also going to become some of the professor, or the even the dean, or even the vice chancellor also, where the admin, academic, and other role also be in. So this should also be focused too, sir.
And there is one more aspect, sir. Nowadays, teachers are facing more challenges compared to 1 or 2 decades back.
Yes.
Now, with the arrival of this internet and mobiles, nowadays, once you are entering the classroom, the students, they all are just having every information in their hand. And so in this situation, what you feel, sir, in coming days, what will be the role of teachers in this era of technology? And
right, sir, right, sir. Right, sir. But say about if I share with you one instance or many instances, this is happening as a dean MLS, because students are coming that sir, whatever the things has been taught class, सर ये तो हमें पता है, हम पहले ही गूगल और यूट्यूब पर देख चुके हैं, राइट सर. सो यहाँ पे जो बात आती है सर, दैट द टीचर must have the reading quality. Teacher must go through the different kinds of the authors, what they have written. If you go into the details, the lecture into the classroom, if it is not from Google, they will appreciate your teaching. If it is on YouTube, from YouTube or from the Google, the matter has been taken from, they immediately go on that page and they will say that sir, this is the topic has been taken from there. So if it is there, then we can study from the Google itself or even the YouTube itself. So we need to go. That's why I have already mentioned that while researching, you have selected your topic, but while selecting the topic, you must go on the literature, reading of newspaper, reading of literature, reading of not many things. Then only you will reach to the conclusion and suggestion and recommendation. Otherwise, your research is not going to be completed. So the teacher has to be updated according to. Sir.
So nice of you, sir. Shwesha ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Any other question?
Do we have any other question from participants?
Thank you, Shruti ma'am, and thank you, Pushpraj sir. Thank you, Rahul sir, once again, and MIT University for inviting me to speak on this topic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining in this FDP session. It has indeed been a pleasure to have you on this session, and we hope that we look forward to more interactions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Shall I leave?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right, participants, there is something which has come to my notice, and I would like to share this. You will be receiving the feedback link because the we started the second session immediately. So we request you to send 2 feedbacks of respective faculty. So the link will be shared by Dr. Suesha, am I right? Has it been shared earlier?
No, ma'am, it hasn't been. We'll just collaborate and share it on the chat.
All right,
box,
that would be
ma'am.
wonderful.
Sure.
Yes. All participants are requested to kindly fill the feedback form, and we'll break for lunch at 1 p.m. and we start dot at 2 p.m. And now we'll start dot at 2 p.m. Where we have a hands-on practical session. It's basically a quantitative research method that we would be focusing on in the second session. And I hope, and as Dr. Rahul has already sent to you all the information regarding this session, which is going to be held post-lunch. I hope you have downloaded the required software which that was mentioned in the mail. I have sent the mail also with the steps written very clearly, and also on the WhatsApp the message has been shared to you regarding the post-lunch session, which is basically a hands-on and a practical session. And I'm sure that it's going to be extremely meaningful for each one of you who are going to attend, who will be attending the post-lunch session. There is, of course, I have received a mail from a particular participant that just because she stays on a a hill station, I suppose. I just need to see. So she's having internet difficulty, and therefore she's unable to download the R. We understand that, but nevertheless, please go through the session. At least you'll get to know about it. Even though if you're not able to find, you'll have an idea about this particular method. So that's fine, we understand. At the same time, I would also like to request the FDP participants, because it's been observed that few participants are just joining it towards the fag end of the session, and filling up the feedback, etc. So please note, as I have mentioned earlier also, the participation certificate is subject to your participation and on all the 6 days of the FDP program. So ensure that you fulfill the same. All right. And so this is just to bring to your notice that a few participants are joining in at the fag end of either the morning session or the afternoon session, and then filling up the feedback and quiz. All right. You're expected to be from the start. As I've mentioned earlier, for some of you may log in and log out due to internet difficulty, we understand. But you need to be present throughout the session. That is the entire purpose of holding the FDP, of making the efforts to hold the FDP so that it benefits you all. So I hope this message goes loud and clear to all the participants, FDP participants of this 6-week online FDP program. So over to you, Dr. Suesha.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Dr. Rahul will be sharing the feedback link soon here in the chat box. I request participants to wait for it and go for lunch once you do the needful. Thank you.
It's
So
already been shared, I think. Dr.
Yes,
Rahul,
ma'am. It's been shared.
all right. So all the participants, the links have been shared. Please fill up the link. And we'll break for lunch at 1 p.m. And we meet. Please join in. Please join in 5 minutes, 10 minutes before. So 1:45, so that we can start the session at 2 p.m.
So let's start our post-lunch session on the 4th day. Thank you so much, Dr. Miklesh Yadav, for accepting to be here on this platform and share your ideas on this topic. So the topic of this particular session is understanding R and its applications in research methods. And the duration of this session is from 2 to 4 p.m. Let me just give a brief introduction about Dr. Miklesh Prasad Yadav. So Dr. Miklesh Prasad Yadav is serving as an assistant professor at Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, IIFT, Kakinada. He has more than 13 years of consistent and proven record of teaching and contributed acclaimed publication of 50 research papers in ABDC, ABS, WS, and Scopus Index journals, including 9 research papers in ABDCA. He is also guest editor of International Journal of Public Sector Performance Management, Scopus Index, and Journal of Content, Community and Communication. Dr. Yadav has delivered lectures as a resource person in more than 130 workshops, FDPs conducted by premier B schools. He has created YouTube channel on his own name, Miklesh Yadav, where he has uploaded 156 videos covering time series, panel data analysis, and event study methodology. So after giving this introduction about Miklesh Yadav, may I request Dr. Miklesh Yadav to take on the session? Hand over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for my brief profile. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. And thank you very much for inviting in this session as a guest speaker. So moving further ahead, we are going to discuss about data analysis using R and R Studio, right? So in this session, I'll cover that what is the advantage of R and R Studio, and how to analyze the data, various kind of data, be it in form of cross-sectional data or time series data in R and R Studio. So before moving further ahead, I just want to know, I hope that everyone, whosoever is present in today's lecture, I hope that each and everyone has installed R and R Studio software. Yeah. I assume that each and everyone has installed R and R Studio, because this is purely
Yes,
hands-on
sir.
session, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, whatever instructions you had shared with us in the email, I have shared those with the participants, and also the steps to install the R and R application. So I believe all the participants have already downloaded the R and R applications in their laptop or whatever system they are working on. So it was already shared with the participants, sir.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Data analysis using R. Simply, R is a programming language and free software environment for statistical computing and graphics, supported by the R Foundation for Statistical Computing. R was created by Ross Ihaka and Robert Gentleman at the University of Auckland, New Zealand, and currently developed by the R Development Core team. The project was conceived in 1992 with an initial version released in 1995. And if you go through this slide, you may come to know the first person, this person is Ross Ihaka, and a person with a spec is Robert Gentleman. And by the way, these two professors were working in University of Auckland, New Zealand. So once in just lunchtime, they were discussing in 1990s that why not to create such type of software that would be beneficial for each and everyone, and even without indulging any kind of monetary, I mean, one can install freely, right? These were the talks they discussed once upon a time in 1990s, and then came to know that let's start something. They started working for just development of R, right? After development of this software, the major challenge was to them that what would be the name of that software? So they thought, why not to keep the name of this software as R? Because his name, like Ross Ihaka, starts with R. Person with a spec starts with R. It means Robert Gentleman. So combinedly, in a combined way, they thought, and finally they name this software as R. So R here is nothing but simply initial letter of Ross Ihaka and Robert Gentleman, and we are just using this R, right? Then later on, up to 2009, it was just R was used, but a little bit drawbacks was there. That drawbacks have been covered in R Studio, which has been developed by JJ Layer. So now, whatever we do, we will be doing in R Studio rather than R. So the moment you talk about these days R here does not mean like only R, rather that is R Studio. But this R Studio is simply integrated version of R. That's why if you go through my mail, which has been sent yesterday, in that mail, it has been mentioned about two different steps. So in that step, what you have noticed, the first step was to install R, and then in second step, you have to install R Studio. So R Studio without installing R is incomplete. You cannot do anything in R Studio. Now, the question is why we talk about R or R Studio these days? These are the reason behind it. Like it is open access software and user friendly. Open access software means you do not have to pay even a single penny to install this R or R Studio. Freely available. Then it helps to clean the messy and complex data set to make convenient. It creates easiness in data visualization, analysis, and interpretation. It provides ample tools to developers to train and evaluate an algorithm and predict future events. It has tremendous amount of learning sources, and finally, cost effectiveness. So in a nutshell, if I go through the advantages of this R or R Studio, it's very easy to use and freely available. Additionally, if you have large data set for the analysis, you can do, be it in form of visualization, analysis, etc. Right? Yeah. In case of any doubt, you may send a message or you may simply discuss also, yes, there is any particular doubt if you have that. Right? Now, moving further ahead, this is the way or process through which you may install R and R Studio, though the latest version has come, right? But it was like the existing version. Installation of for R and R Studio. Then this is the process to install R and R Studio in Mac. R Studio, yes. Now, talking about the interface of R Studio. So, let's work on R because today's session is purely based on hands-on session. So rather than just going to discuss theoretical portion, we'll also do the hands-on session, right? So if you have installed R and R Studio, just go to the Windows search and right here RST, automatically it comes like this R Studio app. Again, I'm repeating. I have already provided you link to install R Studio. I hope that everyone has installed this R and R Studio. Now we are going to analyze data on R Studio. So on search button, if I write RST, automatically it may show R Studio app. I request you all to press this R Studio, double click. When you press double click, it may appear like this, right? It may appear like this, and I assume that majority of the participants might be using first time. For them, it is like that. Yeah, dear participants, I hope it is coming like this. Can anyone say yes or no on chat button?
Participants, please write in the chat box. If you're able to see,
Yeah.
write that. If you're not, yes.
So you may get like this window, right? This is your R studio, but this is only a kind of, the image which looks like that. By the way, it seems three windows here. The first window is like this, right? And second window is mentioned like here. Environment is empty, that is mentioned here. And the third is files, plots, packages, help viewer. But in reality, just go, there are four windows. In reality, there are four windows, but one window is hidden. How to get that? Simply click on it. Again, I'm repeating. We have three windows, right? But when you click on this box, we may get four windows now. I hope this is clear. Yeah. Again, I'm repeating. Right now we have three windows, but simply click on it. When you click on it, we may get four windows, right? And it is purely fresh windows of R. And this window is also either you say windows or you say pans, right? Either you say window or you say pans. Pans or windows are the same in this context. So what are the name of this? The first window, it is nothing but R script. Where I'm writing this R script, it means this where I'm writing this window or this pen is known as R script. The second window where environment is empty written, that is known as what? That is known as your data object, right? The second is known as data object. Here, environment is empty, is nothing but simply under your data object window. The third window where you have noticed here, files, plots, packages, help, viewer, and presentation. By default, this is known as files, plot, and packages window, right? And last, but not this one, the last is the fourth window, that is known as console. Each and every window, each and every pane has its own roles and responsibilities to perform in RStudio. Again, I'm repeating, there are four. If someone will ask you how many windows or panes are there, your answer has to be four windows or four panes. Like the first one is R script, second one is data object, third one is files, plot, and package, and the fourth one is console, right? So these are the four panes or four windows in RStudio. Now, I hope there is no any doubt till now. Yeah, dear participants, in case of any doubt, you may just mention on chat or you may discuss also if you want that. No problem. Can I move further ahead? Yeah, dear participants, can I move further ahead? Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, moving further ahead, the first analysis part we'll be doing, and that is what? Mathematical operation in RStudio. And by the way, don't get it afraid. I have mentioned here mathematical operation. It does not mean that we'll be talking about entire mathematics, right? Simply mathematical operation here like subtraction, addition, right? Division, etc. Here in console, so many things were written earlier, right? And what I did, I simply press Control plus L. When you press Control plus L, entire like on console, so many things were written earlier. What I did, I simply press Control L entire written portion has been removed. Getting me? So whosoever is practicing, I request you all to just do like this. Press Control L. Entire portions, whatever has been mentioned here, it will be removed. Now, mathematical operation in R Studio. Let's see. If I write here 5 plus 5, enter, you get 10 here. 8 plus 9, enter, you get, it means you can use R Studio. You can use R Studio like simply calculator also. You can use as calculator. Okay, one of the participants mentioned that R Studio is not working. Not working means if you on search button, if you write like R Studio and do double click, do you get the R Studio or not? Yeah. No. If it is installed, definitely it will open. Getting me? If it is, when you write like this on search button, RST, it is coming? It is coming or not? Yes, it means you have not installed. It has not been installed properly, right? So requesting you to install R and R Studio. Directly, you cannot install R Studio. First, you have to install R and then R Studio. I hope this is fine. Can I move further ahead? Aarti? You have, then why it is not coming? No, it will install. It will install. Yeah, rest of the participants. Does anyone have the same problem? Yeah, you may reinstall after removing it. Fine. So here, let's suppose 9 multiply by 3, you may get like this. This is known as your mathematical operation in R Studio. And where I am doing, I am just doing in console pane or console window. Again, I'm repeating, there are 4 windows, and out of that, I'm just doing this mathematical operation on console. It can be done only on console, not in any other window, right? This is the thing which can be done here. Now, you all know that when you do analysis part of, be it in form of your research work or PhD thesis or any particular thing, we have data and we have to upload, because without uploading the data, we cannot analyze. So the first thing is in R Studio, how to upload the data. How to upload the data in R Studio. There are different ways, but one of the ways is simply go to this import dataset. When you click on import dataset, you may find innumerable options. Again, I'm repeating. If you go to this data object, second window or second pane, there is option of import dataset. Just click on here. And as per your data, I mean, either your data is in Excel or SPSS or SAS or Stata, you can click. Like, for example, I have just shared with you the data, and I think 2 or 3 data sets I have shared with you all. So that is, one data set is in SPSS and another one is in Excel, right? So if I click here, let's suppose we'll be doing on SPS we'll be doing on from Excel point of view. So I click on Excel, right? What I did, simply I go to data object, click on from Excel and click on browse. By the way, if the participants who are using first time this R Studio, and the moment I click like this, in their case, it might not be coming like this. It may ask something to install something like that. Is this coming? Yeah, any participants? It is coming like this window, this icon. Wonderful. So it may come like this. Click on browse. Listen, everyone, I'm just doing the step by step. First, we'll be doing the basic level of R Studio, and then we move for the advanced, right? I go to wherever I have saved, like wherever you have saved the data. In my case, I hope there is monetary benefits data. Can anyone confirm? Have I shared with you all this monetary benefits data? Yeah, file name, monetary benefits. Everyone. Yes, I have shared with you. So click on these monetary benefits. The moment I click on monetary benefits, it is coming like this. And click on import. Right? So this is one of the ways to upload the data in R Studio. Quickly, I'm just revising. Go to import dataset, click on Excel, click on browse, and wherever you have saved your dataset. In my case, I have saved here. Then select the file which you want to be uploaded. Click on open and finally click on import. Then you may get the dataset and look at it. Wonderful. The moment you upload the data, it says that the file name of this dataset is monetary benefits, and it has 62 observations and one variable. And it is true. 62 observations and one variable. The name of that variable is salary. Right? Now, what next? Though we have uploaded the data, but this is not ready for the analysis part. What we are supposed to do? After uploading the data, or after uploading the file here in R Studio, we are supposed to write here in this arrow button, of console, ATT. Basically, the moment I write ATT, it comes like this. Innumerable options, ATT, in drop down box, so many things are there, right? And there is attach. So we have to simply never write all the letters in a word. Simply write 3 letters, like let's suppose ATTA, attach. So attach, I simply press on attach, right? And then I write here file name, which is your monetary benefits. Simply I have written here only 3 letters. It comes monetary benefits, and then press enter. My file is ready now. So what is the process? First, you have to upload the data. After uploading the data, you are supposed to write attach and file name. So I have done ATT, automatically it comes attach. I select this attach in drop down box and write simply here monetary benefits. Now we are ready to do analysis part. First thing we'll be doing the descriptive statistics. Descriptive statistics, how to do? Very simple. You write here SUMM, automatically it comes summary. I select it. Again, I'm repeating. What I have written, SUMM, it comes summary. I select this summary, right? And then I write here variable name. Summary of what? I want summary of salary. So I write here SAL, automatically it comes salary, and then press enter. Look at it. This is my descriptive statistics. Yeah, before moving further ahead, I just want to know, whosoever is using, I hope they have done like this. Let me know, dear participants. Rest of participants, have you computed this? Yeah. Okay. So this is the way through which you may compute or you may determine mean, median, mode. So what is this? Let's explore this. Mean. MIN, mean here means minimum value. So in these, out of 62 observations, the minimum value is 30,000. First quartile, right? First quartile is 34,000. Median, 38,000. Mean, 38,232. Third quartile, 42,000. And maximum value is 59,000. So in this way, you can do you can compute descriptive statistics. I hope this is fine. Yeah. Okay. There are certain things which we can which we can do. One option is with the help of this descriptive statistic, with the help of this summary command. Let's see, I want to see the graphical representation of this variable. How to do? Histogram. I want to check histogram. Very simple. Simply write here HIST. It comes like this. Again, I'm repeating. HIS. It comes hist. And then write the name of variable and press enter. Look at it. This is your histogram, right? This is your histogram. It is clearly mentioned the data is skewed. It is not normally distributed, right? It clearly says that data is not normally distributed because it is not bell-shaped curve, right? So in this way, you can do or you can compute your descriptive statistics and histogram with the help of this command. Yeah. Another important thing, few participants might be wondering that this is purely command based. Is this so? Every time you have to keep in the mind that what is the command of it. No need. Whatever you are doing, everything is being recorded here in the history. Just I click here. Look, whatever you have done, everything is being recorded. Like just before going to this history, we did what? Hist and salary. So the same thing is mentioned here, hist and salary. Let's suppose you do descriptive statistic today. After 10 days, you may forget what to do. Simply go to history and go to this. You may get idea. Yes, like this is the command, that is summary and variable name. So what I do, either I may write like this, summary and variable name, which is your salary, or simply what you can do, you do double click. When you press double click here, automatically it may comes like this in console. So in this way, you can do the analysis part in R Studio. It has only one variable, and that is available in Excel, which I did. The major, like when you write research paper or might be working PhD work, so that data set I have also shared with you. So we are going to work on another data set. I hope till now there is no any confusion. If you have any kind of confusion, any kind of problem, please share with me right now. Whatever you have done till now, I assume that everyone has done like this. Yeah, no doubt, dear participants. Yeah, anyone? Any doubt? No doubt. Okay. So again, we are going to upload the file, and the name of that file is survey file. How to upload? Now you have the fair idea. What I can do? Go to first click on environment, right? Click on import dataset. This time, the dataset which we are going to analyze, that is available in SPSS. So I select this from SPSS. It says, do you want to install this package? That is what? Preparing data import requires an updated version of the Heaven package. Do you want to install this package? So yes, I want. It takes a few seconds. Now it is ready. Right, it is ready. So what I did, simply go to this import dataset, click on SPSS. It appears like this. Click on browse and just go to your file which you want to upload. I hope you have the dataset survey.sav. I shared this. So I click on this survey.sav file and click on import. Now I have uploaded another dataset in my R Studio. I hope you have uploaded this file, right? And the name of that file is survey file. Okay. Coming to the dataset, I just want to know that how many variables are there, right? How many observations are there? I mean, how many responses? So it is clearly mentioned. Survey 243 observation of 33 variables. This is one of the advantages of R Studio. The moment you upload the file, you may come to know how many observations, I mean, how many responses are there and how many variables are there. And the same thing is mentioned here. Then you may write in this, because we have to analyze, you have uploaded the data, but data is not ready. So what you are supposed to do? Simply write here ATTA, it comes attached, and then write the name of your file. What is the name of file? Survey. So I simply write SURV, and then I click and press enter. My file is ready now. After uploading the file, we have to write attach and file name. Only then you can work or you can analyze your data. Further, I want to know, I know that there are 33 variables, but what are the name of that variables? How to know? I simply write attributes and then SUR survey and enter. Look at it. Look at it, everyone. Look, it says This data set has 243 observations. Number one. Number two, this data set has 33 variables, and the name of these variables are like this. Right? This data set considers age, prof, income, gender, regi, quali, and so on. What I have written? I have written only the attributes. So what is the command? Command is attributes and file name. You get entire detailed name of variables as well as observations in the file. Right? Again, very simple. I want to know the descriptive statistic. By the way, what is all about this data set? Let me elaborate it, and then we may do the analysis part. Basically, this data set has been already used by a scholar, right? And this is the real data set collected for the marketing purpose. Marketing purpose, just come to this. Generally, when you use any particular product, you may find quality in that particular product, right? If you find, let's suppose you purchase, be it in form of your any particular product like shampoo, or might be daily use, or might be any particular product. When you find quality, only then you may be satisfied, right? And when you become satisfied, you become what? Loyal of that particular product, that particular brand, and then your behavioral intention towards that particular product will be positive. It means behavioral intention here means you may spread positive word of mouth communication to rest of the people. So in this way, quality leads to satisfaction. So this is all about the data set which is collected for the marketing purpose, right? Now coming to the data set. If I write here, let's suppose summary and quality, then enter, I may get this descriptive statistics. Similarly, I can do what? List, right? And then I write what? Quality. You may get like this. This is your histogram of the quality variable. This is the histogram of your quality variable. It seems might be that it might be normally distributed, but it can't say. Either it is normally distributed or not, it can't say. So in this way, you may compute the histogram and summary of all the variables. So requesting you all to do, please hurry up. As this is hands-on session, you may also do the practice of that. Requesting you. Yeah, do it quickly. Yeah, I hope you are doing for the rest of the variables like loyalty, satisfaction, behavioral intention. Very simple. How to do? SUM. If you write automatically in drop down box, you may get summary, and then you may write like this, satisfaction. Then you may do hist, satisfaction, and then enter. So in this way, you can do descriptive statistic, you can compute descriptive statistic and histogram. Now, coming to the PPT, you have already done this mathematical operation. We can do like this also. You may compute with the logarithm, a square root, exponential of all this. Yeah, there are certain command which I have discussed like this. I have done descriptive statistic, I have done hist, then I have done attributes. So in attributes, if you write attributes and file name, you have or you can easily get the fair idea related to the details of your entire variables, details of your entire data set, right? Then I write here another command, let's suppose HEAD, head, and I write the file that is survey, enter, right? Or rather than survey, you may write like this, head and variable name. Let's suppose my variable is what? My variable is satisfaction. Let's say not satisfaction, rather quality. Tail, and then quality. What is this? Let me explain head and tail. As I mentioned, our studio is command based, but that is not purely command based. It is the combination of your user interface, as well as your, I mean, user friendly, that is in terms of your drop down box or your command based. If I write head and variable name, if I write tail and variable name, what it indicates? This head indicates first 6 value of a variable. Then it indicates last 6 value of a variable. For example, if you go to survey and there is like quality, look at it, 2.83, 3.09, 0.83, and so on. So first observation 2, you may get the 6 observation value. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And the same thing is mentioned here. So quality and variable name gives you idea related to first 6 observations, first 6 responses, whereas tail and name of variable gives you idea to this last 6 observation, right? So this is a few commands which, with the help of that, you may explore the data, be it in form of first 6 and last 6 observation. Then you may go to what? Yes, one thing I have mentioned. Let's say I have survey file and I have written here summary and satisfaction. Enter. I get the descriptive statistic. But let me tell you one thing. Let's suppose, sir, I want to compute mean, median, mode. I mean descriptive statistics of satisfaction, behavioral intention, loyalty, and quality in one go. Can I do? Can I do? Yes, you can. How to do? This is your summary. And let's suppose behavioral intention and enter. This is of one variable. But when you talk about all variables, what you want, how to do? Simply you can write like summary. Then you are supposed to write data.frame. And whatever you want the descriptive statistic of variable, like quality, comma, loyalty, enter. Look at it. That's why I say our studio is very flexible. It is customized version. As per your need, you can do. I have written here summary and only one variable, then I get descriptive statistic of one variable. But the moment I have the moment I write data dot frame, I may add the number of variables like summary data dot frame, quality, loyalty, I may get it. Similarly, I may add the name of another variable. That is what? Satisfaction. Enter. Three variables now. Three variables now, right? Getting me? So in this way, you can do descriptive statistics of what? Number of variables. Now the question is, sir, is there any possibility that I can compute descriptive statistic of entire variables? Entire variables mean that, let's suppose in this survey file, there are 33 variables. Is there any way that I can compute descriptive statistic of entire 33 variables? So yes, we can. How? Very simple. I write here SUMM summary, and then I write survey and enter. I mean, rather than variable's name, you have to write the name of file. Look at it. Rather than earlier, we used to write the name of variable, but now I'm writing here survey, entire survey file. So summary or survey file, I may get descriptive statistic of all the variables. But either is this is the good way, or is this relevant to compute descriptive statistic of all the variables? No, not necessary. For example, age, right? Simply gender. This is not the good way to compute the descriptive statistic of gender. Right? You can't say that I'm, male by this percentage, I'm female by this percentage. So categorical variable, it is not like, or it cannot be presented in form of mean median mode, right? So that's why whatever variables we require for computing the descriptive statistics, we consider, and that is with the help of what? Very simple command, data dot frame and name of variables like quality, comma, satisfaction, comma, loyalty, and behavioral intention. So in this way, we can do the descriptive statistics. Yeah, dear participants, anyone who has any kind of doubt till now. Yeah, dear participants. Please respond if one has doubt then, or even either you are getting or not, please respond. Okay, wonderful. No doubt, great. So in this way, you can do the descriptive statistics of variables. Next, let's say this is age. I write here simply AGE and then enter. What I come to know? I come to know that there are three different labels. There are three different labels of age. So one indicates below 25, two indicates 25 to 45, and 3 indicates more than 45, isn't it? Similarly, if I write here gender, G-E-N-D, enter, I may get like this, male 1, female 2. So in this way, what I can come to know, that if you write the variable name, you may easily identify that what is the labeling, right? Easily identified. Now I want to know the tabular form. I want to know the tabular form of what? Tabular form of age and gender. I mean, tabular form of age and gender means what? Up to how many, either up to less than 25 or 25 to 45 or 45 above, either how many like males and females are included in that particular age group. I want to know that. How to know? Very simple. It is clearly mentioned in PPT also. So like simply table. I write here table, and then I write age, comma, gender. Enter. Look at it. I want to know another thing like table, age, comma, prof. Prof means profession. Right. Here, this is your way that you may know like this. Let's suppose 1 means male and 2 means female. So what it says? It says like this. Less than 25. 1 indicates here means age group of 1. If you look at age, what you have noticed? Age like this, isn't it? Less than 25. It means less than 25, 48 respondents are male or 29 respondents are female. Similarly, in between 25 to 45, 2 indicates in between 25 to 45. So 96 participants are male, 34 participants are female. In between this 25 to 45, isn't it? More than 45, it means this 3. So 29 participants are male and 7 participants are female. In this way, you can write table and you can write the categorical variable name. I hope there is no any problem till now. Now, let me talk about advanced version. This is a basic level of data analysis using RStudio, in which we have discussed descriptive statistic, histogram, and few commands. With the help of that, you can introspect about your data, that what is all about. Now, I have mentioned here summary, and with the help of that summary command, what you have got the descriptive statistics. But tell me one thing, in this descriptive statistics, you have only fair idea related to median, mean, right? But when you go to the variance, dispersion, so many things are there in statistics, isn't it? Additionally, let's suppose I want variance. I want, participants, you may post your doubts, and of course, you may, whosoever has any kind of doubt, requesting you all to put your doubt, because if you make the session interactive, that will be highly appreciable. So either through chat or through any way, like you may, if possible, you may speak also, if it is allowed then. Now, I want skewness, I want curtosis, I want standard deviation, how to get, but that is also the part of statistics. For that, let's talk about this advanced version of statistics. Look, here we are going to talk about advanced version of a statistic. Advanced version of statistics means what? Additionally, this mean median mode, I want to know the standard deviation, skewness and curtaces, and other thing. How to do? For that, we have to understand certain functions. Look, types of package. Inbuilt and additional package. Yeah, everyone. If possible, can it be shown out? Yeah, quickly. I'm just as Aarti madam has mentioned that can you install RS2? No problem, very easy. Just quickly, I'm showing you within 1 or 2 minutes. Rest of the participants, I hope few another participants will also get an idea. Look, let's suppose if you do not have any idea related to it, right? Let's say there is, simply I write here download of R, right? Very simple. Either you go to the link which I shared with you or not, it does not matter. Download of R. If you write on Google, the first drop-down box will show you like this. The first option will be getting like this. Then click on this download of this, right? So it clearly says download of this for window. If you have window, go to that, right? Simply click on this. I have already installed, that's why I'm not clicking on it. Simply click on this download of this. It is being installed, right? It is being installed. Hardly it will take a minute, hardly. So installation of R and R Studio is of hardly 4 to 5 minutes a step, not more than that, right? Then it is being installed. After that, after installation, and I think just a second, it is installed. It has been installed here. Look at it. It has been installed. Let's suppose I click on open. It is coming like that. You may simply yes, then yes, okay, and you may do like that. I have already installed. I'm not doing like this. Getting me? Then it did not take a minute. It has been installed. Now I'm writing here installation of R Studio. And the first option is this Studio, or simply R Studio Desktop. You may go to that. You may go to CRAN option also. So here you have already installed R. Simply click on this download R Studio for desktop. You may get it, right? Let's suppose I have written like I have clicked on this. It is being installed, right? And hardly it takes, I think, 1 or 2 minutes maximum. Now it is installed. It has been installed, right? After installation, I click on open. I may go for the further steps, right? So very easy. You may click on it, right? Okay, thank you. Now, I was talking about one of the important aspect that there are 2 types of package. Here, package does not mean salary, right, or wages. Here, package means your function or support. let's suppose function or support in RStudio, right? Function or support in RStudio. What types of support? What types of function? Look at it. As you have understood, RStudio is your command based, but command based does not mean that one has to have like more, or one has to be more skilled in IT. It is not like that. I'm from management. I do not know much about IT, but we are doing. I'm doing that. Similarly, anyone who knows a little bit computer, they can do. It is not necessary that one must be knowing, or one has to be, more knowledgeable in IT only they can do. It is not like that. So few options is inbuilt. Let's suppose I write here SUMM. It comes summary.aob, it comes summary.connection, and so on. Isn't it? So many options are coming, innumerable. These options, this command is known as inbuilt. It means these functions are coming inbuilt function, right? These are your inbuilt function. But few options are there, which you have to install the package. So first, what you have understood with the understanding of package. Package is nothing but simply function or support which you can get, right? And that is in terms of inbuilt function, right? Then additional function. So these additional functions can be with the help of certain package, and with the help of certain package, and that package we have to install. For example, as I mentioned, I want to know the standard deviation, skewness and curtaceous, and so on. Is there any package? Is there any additional package? So yes, I can do. And for that, I must install FBasics package. This is your FBasics package. So this FBasics package is used for advanced version of descriptive statistics. There are innumerable, benefits of this FBasics. For time being, we are just using this FBasics package for the advanced version of descriptive statistics. So the first question, Kishore, how to install FBasics? That is the matter of concern, right? Look, RStudio is all about like Hanumanji. Why I'm saying Hanumanji here? Because you have to recall, yes, you can do this, you can do that. But for that, you have to install the package. Either your data is cross-sectional, time series, panel, each and every analysis can be done here with the help of RStudio. The first question is how to install package in RStudio. How to install package in RStudio? For that, go to Tools, click on Install Package, the first option. Again, I'm repeating what I did. Go to Tools, click on Install Package, and right here, your package name. So here, what is my package name? FBasics. I do not do anything, simply I write AF and then basics, and then click on Install. Right? I click on no here. It was asking about this. So again, I'm repeating. Go to Tools, click on Install Packages, and right here, FBasics, right? And click on Install. It may be quickly. It takes very, the few seconds, 5 to 6 seconds. Now it has been installed. What I did, I have installed FBasics package, right? Now, FBasics package is installed. After installation of FBasics, we have to recall. As I mentioned that this is like Hanumanji, you have to recall. So I have to write here library and FBasics and then enter. Now my FBasics package has been ready to work. How to do? How to do now? So I have installed FBasics. How? I simply go to tools, click on install package, and I write FBasics, right? That is installed. And after that, I write library and FBasics. My data is now ready to work for the advanced version of statistics. For that, what is the command? Command is basic stats. Basic stats, and I write, let's suppose, the name of variable, which is your quality. And then press enter. Wow, wonderful. Earlier, the command was summary. Now, the command is basic stats. Similarly, I can write basic states and then satisfaction, enter. Let me explain the more complicated advanced version of statistics. Let me explain. NOVs means number of observations. It means in this data set, we have 243 observations. NS, there is no any null value because it is coming 0. Minimum, the minimum is, as I have already mentioned, maximum is already mentioned, yeah. First quartile, third quartile, mean, median. Here, sum of your, this is the sum value. SE mean, it means a standard error mean. Again, I'm repeating. SE mean means a standard error mean. LCL mean, it means low confidence or low confidence interval, right? Low confidence interval mean upper confidence, this UCL. Upper confidence level mean variance. STDEV means standard deviation, skewness, and kurtosis. So you may do analysis with the help of this command, which is known as basic stats. Yeah. Can you do the basic stats of behavioral intention? Yeah, dear participants, please do it. Behavioral intention. Hardly it will take 5 seconds. Hurry up. I hope you all are doing, dear participants. So have you done? Anyone? Can you respond? This is your behavioral intention variable, BEHINTEN. This one. So how to do? Yeah, anyone, can you respond, please? I hope you have done, dear participants. Okay. Great. So very simple. Basic states and behavioral intention, enter. You may get the detailed statistics of your variable. Now, the question is, can you do, like, let's suppose, sir, you are doing one by one, right? Like quality you have computed, quality you have computed, satisfaction you have computed, and behavioral intention you have done. Is there any way that you can compute of all the variables in one go? Yes, you can. Let's suppose basic states, and again, the command is data.frame. So this data.frame is nothing but simply when you combine whatever you want, the number of variables, that can be done with the help of this data.frame, right? So I have written here data.frame, and then I write, let's suppose, quality, comma, then loyalty, comma, satisfaction, comma, and then behavioral intention, and then enter. Look, in one go, I can compute descriptive statistics of number of variables. And that is what? That is the command like this. Basic states, data.frame, and this one. Yeah, dear participants. So in this way, you can do the descriptive statistics, and that is in terms of your advanced descriptive statistics, right? You can do the plot, like you have already done the histogram. Can you do like simply I write here plot and the name of variable, let's suppose quality. And then enter, look at it. So it is scattered here, that is in terms of innumerable variables like this, isn't it? So in this way, you can do the plot. If you write plot, you may get the idea that how scattered your data is. Now, let's talk about another important issues or another important aspects of your data analysis, and that is what? Concept and testing of normality. I'm just recalling, I hope you might be knowing this normality. If I ask that what is meant by normality, of course your answer would be normality is nothing but simply the, if very, you say bell-shaped curve, isn't it? Bell-shaped curve, one definition you may mention, but I want to, define it in a very layman language. You have 243 observations. How to define normality in this context? So you may say that, sir, many observations or more number of observations, or responses are near to mean value, right? If more number of observations or responses are near to mean value, only then you can say that your data is normally distributed, right? One option is that you may check with the help of your histogram, right? How to define this normality? As I mentioned, that is bell-shaped curve, right? And if many more observations are near to average value or mean value, then your data might be your normally distributed. So one option is that is with the help of hist, and I write here what? I write variable name. Let's suppose I write quality. And then enter. So it seems, sir, it seems that it might be normally distributed, but it can't say. because histogram, clearly does not depict either your variable is normally distributed or not, because the clear picture will be just furnished by, or that is provided by your test. For example, when you go to doctor, you may say your problem, okay, I'm suffering from fever, I'm suffering from cough and cold, but it can be, or it may happen in so many diseases, but exact disease can be detected with the help of test. So in this way, we can also apply the test. For that, there are certain name of test. So in secondary data, there is Jarke beta test. We are not talking about, but for primary data, you might have heard about the test of your, like, hello, am I audible? Hello. Dear participants, am I audible? Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Hello. Okay, thank you. So what I said that histogram is not the correct way to detect either your, or to determine your variable is normally distributed or not. For that, what you can do, we can apply the test, and that test is known as Shapiro-test. So I write here Shapiro-test and write the name of variable. Let's suppose quality. I write quality and then enter. Shapiro-Wilk normality test. Right? So this is your Shapiro test of normality. What is the command? Shapiro.test. And remember, as I mentioned, that whatever you are writing, that is being saved in R Studio. So even after a month, when you forget, let's suppose what was the command of Shapiro test, you may simply go to history. You simply go to history. Let's suppose history, and you may find whatever you have done today, you may find each and every command here. So no need to be panic, right? So I simply write here Shapiro.test and variable name, I get the result. What is my null hypothesis? Because when you talk about null hypothesis, I assume that you know null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis, because when I start talking about it, of course, it may take more time. So null hypothesis is your what? Variable is normally distributed. Variable is normally distributed. Meaning is what? Meaning is majority of the values are near to the mean value, right? And you know, when your p value is greater than 5% or 0.05, both are the same. P value is greater than 5%, your null hypothesis is not rejected. Right? When p value is greater than 5%, your null hypothesis is not rejected. I'm not writing here accepted, because in stats, saying accepted is not good. Right? So 5% means 0. Yeah, one of the participants mentioned 0.5. No, 0.5 means 50%. Right? 0.5 means 50%. 0.05. That is 5%. Right? So HOE is not rejected means, for time being, I'm writing here accepted. Right? It means when your null hypothesis is greater than 5%, your null hypothesis is rejected. When your p-value is smaller than 5%, or 0.05, your null hypothesis is rejected. So again, I'm repeating, if your p-value is greater than 5%, your null hypothesis is accepted, right? Accepted. When your p-value is smaller than 5% or 0.5, your null hypothesis is rejected. Look, this is my p-value. My p-value is less than 5%, meaning is what? Can anybody tell me? Yeah, anyone? Can anyone write on chat? Either that variable is normally distributed or not. I mean, this quality is normally distributed or not. Just let me know from you all. My null hypothesis is rejected. Meaning is what? Is quality normally distributed or not? Yes, absolutely right. So Aarti has mentioned that that is not normally distributed. Absolutely right. Because my null hypothesis is rejected. So when it is rejected, meaning is that this quality variable is not normally distributed. Right? Again, I'm repeating. I said that when your null hypothesis is rejected, what does it mean? My variable is normally distributed. It means null hypothesis, this is my null hypothesis, right? Benchmarking is your 5% because in social science, maximum, the permissible limit is what? 5%. It means we work on 95% confidence interval. Getting me? Only then we talk about 5% significance level. Even in medical science, what you do, we talk about for 1% significance level. But here in social science, we have liberty of up to 5%. So my p-value is less than 5%. If my p-value is less than 5%, means null hypothesis is rejected. And what is that? Null variable is normally distributed. So when it will be rejected, it means my variable is not normally distributed. And if you look at this figure, it clearly depicts that this variable is not normally distributed, right? Because it is less than 5%. In this way, can anybody tell me with the help of a test of loyalty, either loyalty is normally distributed or not? Hurry up, tell me, either loyalty is normally distributed or not. Okay, one of the participants has mentioned that yes, it is normally distributed. Okay, let me check. Sepiro.test, and I have mentioned here loyalty. Yes, p-value is more than 5%. It means greater than 5%. When it is greater than 5%, your null hypothesis is not rejected, meaning is loyalty is normally distributed. Right? And it is accepted, it means loyalty is normally distributed. So in this way, we check the normality of the variable. We check the plotting. With the help of plotting, we may also check the descriptive statistics, that is in form of your, you can say, detailed descriptive statistics, and the very simple, your basic descriptive statistics. Now, moving further ahead, what we can do, we can compare, right? We can compare, let's suppose there is, for the further analysis, not for today, but let's suppose your purpose is to examine the significance difference between male and female towards education. What is the perception? Let's suppose your purpose is you make survey. For this particular purpose, I'm saying for the survey, to examine or to compare the perception, of quality, right? Quality between male and female, right? To compare the perception of quality between male and female, or you may also, if your purpose is to know the or to examine the significance difference between male and female towards quality, towards satisfaction, towards any kind of attitude, you may apply innumerable tests. And one of the tests is your T test, right? So we may go for the T family, we may go for the further analysis of variance that is in form of ANOVA, right? But here, for time being, I think yeah, it's 3:30. So you may do for the further analysis in next time, or might be you may do by your own also, right? So yeah, that's all from my end. But still, I'm here for another half an hour for the question answer session. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Mitlesh, for this much needed session. Can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, you are audible.
We cannot see you.
Ma'am? Yeah,
Yes.
I hope I'm visible now.
Yes. Yes, you are. So I said thank you for this much needed session. I think when we started, there were few participants were facing difficulty in uploading the R studio, and there was this confusion between uploading R and uploading R studio, and he made it clear at the start that you need to upload both. Then only you'll be able to utilize the benefit of this software, and which, as you mentioned very rightly, which is free and free for all students, for everybody to use it. So basically, this is a free platform. And most importantly, what I observed was very simplistically, you have given examples. Through the examples, you have explained that how the data that you have, you can analyze it and you can come to the conclusion of that. So I hope that the participants have benefited, and I think few participants are also writing questions, Dr. Mitlesh, which perhaps you would be able to answer them.
Yeah, ma'am. Sure. In case of any query, you are most welcome, dear participants.
Yes. Dr. Swesha, would you like to read them?
Sure, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. So we have a question. Will it be possible for the organizer? I'm sorry. What about hypothesis testing?
Okay. So when I talk about hypothesis testing, of course, we may go for the T family and ANOVA family, right? And of course, T family and ANOVA family is all about more than 2 to 3 hours of the session. So of course, in this, whatever the tenure I have been provided, I try my level best to make you aware related to R and R Studio, right? And once you are aware with R and R Studio, trust me, you may do by your own also, right? And in next session, you may do, right? Yeah.
And so there's an added on question, which is better, SPSS or RStudio?
Okay. Answering this question, I think it becomes bias, but of course, I just make it clear. Actually, SPSS is all about your paid version, right? When you install, you have to pay. Though people use not the paid version, they go for the something else. But my suggestion is, in current juncture, everything is freely available. Freely available in the sense that there are innumerable software which is freely accessible. So why not to go for the software which is freely available rather than for the pirated version of any software? Getting me? Of course, each and every, like we are human being, each and every human has its own, like you can say pros and cons. And any book, even each and everything which is like existing or which exists in the world, each and everything has its own benefits, own demerits. Similarly, software too. Talking about comparison, if you ask my opinion, I always go for the freely available software. So either you go for RStudio or you go for Gradle or you go for Python, etc. But not for the paid version. Trust me, dear, in next upcoming 1 decade or might be 2 decade, the next decade will be all about for the freely available software. Freely available software, right? So just whatever you had earlier skill related to the paid version software, I request you all to move towards the freely available software rather than the paid version. Yeah.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Pardon?
I'm muted. I'm sorry, I was muted. So there was a question by Dr. Tanuja Talwar. Please tell us about t-test.
Please tell about t-test. Basically, t-test is simply nothing but simply the comparing the two different means, right? Two different means. Let's suppose male and female are there, right? As I mentioned in this example, male and female are just, you have collected the data of male and female, right? Two category. You want to know the perception towards quality. Okay. Is there any significance or significant difference between the perception of male and female towards quality? Then you may go for the t-test. So t-test in a nutshell does not do anything but simply compares the two different means, two different averages, and based on that, it computes either there is significant difference or not. Right. Further, it has different categories, like we go for the dependent t-test, independent t-test, peer test, isn't it? So these are the different classification of t-test. Yeah, ma'am.
There is another question that, related to what Dr. Tanuja said, that kindly complete the last part of difference in perception of male and female.
Kindly complete the last part, difference. Difference, I mean, I said that significant difference. Let's suppose your purpose is to know the significance difference, right, between male and female towards quality. Let's suppose you have the data set, you are collecting the data of quality, satisfaction, right, and other variables. You want to know the significance difference. Trust me, dear, one thing, very interesting thing I'm going to say right now. There is difference between difference and significant difference. Again, I'm repeating. There is difference between difference and significant difference. How? Look, when you do work on data part, generally we want what? We want normality, right? On normally distributed, we do work. So think logically, when you do work on normally distributed data, means what? Means that there is no as such much difference. There is no as such much difference. Why? Because you are working on normally distributed data. Getting me? Now, let's put an example like this. You have, I hope each and everyone might be knowing how to make a chapati, right? You might be knowing how to make chapati. You might be also knowing how to make paratha. When you make chapati, I know, though we might be expert, but one chapati cannot be like all chapati what you make. It is not necessary that might be the similar in shape. It might be a little bit different. Getting me? That is your significant difference. Significant difference means bigger difference, very less difference. In analysis part, specifically for the social science, we work for the significant difference. We do not work for the difference. Difference here means large. So if I say you prepare, let's suppose you made 10 chapati. One chapati might be different from another chapati, but that difference is known as significant difference. But you make chapati, you make paratha. Both are different. So that is known as difference. Significant difference means mega difference, very less difference. In social science, we talk about significant difference. We do not talk about difference. And this is the reason that if I want to know the opinion of someone from the data analysis point of view, in form of survey, we want or we judge significant difference, not difference. And trust me, that's why we have only limit up to 5% significance level. Up to 5% significance. This is the reason. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you've made it very clear. And this is really good because you've made the students very clear about the difference between difference and significant difference, the level of significant difference. Because commonly, students tend to forget about that. And then you have brought in very nicely about why in social sciences we're talking about significant differences. So the examples which you talked about of chapati and paratha, I'm sure our participants will be able to relate to it. Thank you so much. There's another question by Dr. Rubina Anju. She has asked, sir, how we can increase test power when we talk about significance?
Okay. Generally, when you talk about test power, 1 minus beta, a little bit going in advanced version, generally we talk about 1 minus beta. That is, with the help of that, you may go for the test beta. Yeah, Rubina, when I say exactly, yeah. So when you do 1 minus beta, it depends on you that what is your beta level, right? So based on that, you can do. Getting me? Why you do? You might have heard about error 1, right? Type error 1, type error 2. So considering this aspect, we go for the power test, right? And simply 1 minus beta, what is your beta level? Think upon it, and based on that, you can increase. Yeah, ma'am.
She has asked, can you increase sample size? I think it's related to this question. Hence, I'm asking you this question.
Actually, of course, you can increase sample size, but increasing sample size always does not suffice. Why? Let's suppose you have 200 data level, right? You want to increase the data, but you want to increase observation simply. You want another 50, but that 50 observations which you have collected, that is not a good one. Getting me? So can you think that it may increase? No, not at all. Let's suppose simply like blindly one has filled up. Getting me? So that does not suffice your purpose. That does not serve your purpose, right? Yeah.
And I think it's again linked to it. She's asked, can we change from 2 tail to 1 tail?
Of course, you can. You can. When you apply 2 tailed, when you apply 1 tailed, we know that. We must know that. For example, you have direction, right? When you have direction of hypothesis, in this case, no need for the 2 tailed. Go for 1 tailed. You have gone through literature. In literature, you find that there is positive association between this and this, between X and Y variable. So there is positive attitude. There is, positive association, positive relationship. So no need for the going for the second tail. Only go for the 1 tail. Why? Because you have the direction, right? When you do not have direction, then we can go for the 2 tailed. Right, in few literature you may find positive, in few literature you may find negative. In this case, that is directionless. So in case of directionless, we may go for the 2 tail. Yeah.
I think linked to it, I think this is the last question that she's asking. Can we decrease variance?
Variance of what? Either you are talking about variation or variance of a standard error.
Dr. Rubina, could you elaborate on that? It's your question.
Rubina, variance, you are talking about variance derived from a standard error or what?
she has just written can be decreased variance.
Okay. If you are talking about variance, yeah,
Standard
thank you. Yes, you can. How to do that? That is the matter of concern. Going for regression, when you are going for regression, you are applying that regression, then there is option of robust standard error. When you click on that, robust standard error, you may reduce. If you are talking about your regression, be it in form of your multiple regression or any cross-sectional regression, simply you may do that. Robust standard error, right? On the other hand, let's suppose your data is not normally distributed, right? And you are applying, that may create the problem. So you may just simply analyze the data clearly, go through the data, introspect yourself where the more variations is there in data, you remove that responses. From that angle you can also do, right?
Thank you so much. There is a question by Pranay Khattar, which is very, I think, again, an interesting question. So what is recommended for academics, Python or R, considering Matplotlib and NumPy are open source?
Actually, there are innumerable options, and these are the freely available. So whenever you find that is fit for me, I mean fit for me, let's suppose you feel more comfortable in R. So start working on that R. If you feel more comfortable in Python, start working in that. It is not necessary that a skill of entire software has to be there within you. But whatever you do, do the best. Recommendation here, if I answer, then it's up to you. But there are certain things. When I talk about R and Python, Python is famous for the data visualization, right? Graphical representation is wonderful in Python, but R has also its own advantages. Advantages, that is, let's suppose you might have heard or you might have employed a structured equation modeling. You can do in R. Apart from that, time series, panel data analysis, corporate business world. So in corporate business world, generally, we only do R and Python. To a great extent, I'm saying, right? So in a nutshell, it purely depends on you. Once you feel, yes, I'm comfortable in R, start working in that, right? And so on. There is no as such my comment, yes, this is the best and that is the best.
I think what you've said, mentioned is very right. It also depends on how comfortable you are in that particular usage of the software. Because again, as you're aware that Python is again Google Colab, it is an open software. Like R, it is an open software. So I believe that as a young research scholar, if you feel that your research can be addressed by A, that is R, or by B, by Python, you can you can choose accordingly. But I believe for Python, it would be much more complicated than R, if I'm not mistaken. What would be your opinion on that, Dr. Mitesh?
Pardon me?
I
Python?
said Python, I feel, is much more complicated than R. I feel R is much more easier to understand, easier to.
No, actually, Python is more command based. So that's why
Yes.
it feels that we like R, in R, there is no as such, though that is also based on commands, but at least you have flexibility. The moment you
Yes.
write 3 letters, you may get ideas, what is this?
Yes.
Another important thing is that though when you go for the SPSS, you might have noticed the test for the like Shapiro test. You go for and then you click on normality, it comes Shapiro. So you have fair idea, yes, it can be determined with the help of Shapiro test. In our entire shortcut, Shapiro means if you write Shapiro, it comes. So R is not much complicated. Of course, if I compare between them, then a little bit more complicated, a little bit, I'm not saying that more, right? But of course, the people who are having good expertise or expertise in terms of more in IT, they may go for the Python also.
Yeah.
These
because
days
Py-
in curricula, what happens, ma'am? These days in curricula, each and every university, each and every institute, they clearly mention R and Python. So specifically in analytics course in one semester, they go for the R, another semester they go for the Python.
You rightly mentioned, because Python is mainly command based, and you need to have knowledge of that command, then only you will be able to. And here, as you rightly mentioned, that if you type in three alphabets, you at least get a fair idea as to what needs to be done. So that knowledge of command language is not that much, yeah, and the purpose is solved here in a much better, easier way. So it makes more sense to use R. You are absolutely right. And there's one last question by Dr. Rubina Anjum. She said, sir, my last question is, if I want to use MANOVA, is it compulsory there should be moderate correlations among dependent variables?
In literature review, somewhere it is mentioned, but it is not like that. You may go, even there is no as such requirement of the moderate, right? You can go ahead without even moderate correlation. Yeah.
Okay, I think we have, yes, I think we have received many, we've completed, I think, all the questions, and most of them are comments, very good presentation and very informative session. So I think I would be, in line with the FDP participants mentioning that it has been a very highly informative session. And as we had, remember discussed that these hands-on sessions really helps the young PhD scholars and research scholars to, get an idea about these packages and these free softwares and how they can use it for their own research study. So once again, thank you, Dr. Mithilesh, for sparing time and coming over and deliberating on the session, which has been extremely meaningful. And I'm sure the FDP participants are going to extremely benefit from your session. So thank you once again, Dr. Mithilesh.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am, for inviting me. Thank you.
We look forward to, further interaction with you in future venues. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Dr. Suresha, can you share the feedback link and the quiz?
Sure, ma'am, I'll do it right away.
All the participants, please note it is going to be 4 p.m. And I would like all the participants to fill up the feedback form and fill up the quiz also, and then you may leave. So you have time till 4:15, 4:20 p.m. to complete. It has been uploaded. Please see, Dr. Suresha has uploaded the feedback link. Am I right?
Ma'am, it's the quiz link.
Quiz link.
And I'm uploading the feedback link.
All right. So the quiz link has been uploaded. The feedback link will also be uploaded right now. I request all the FDP participants to first fill up the feedback form and the quiz, and then you can leave the session, not for that. And also let me tell you, let me also inform you till the time you're receiving a feedback link that the Saturday, Sunday, there is no session. We resume the day 5th of our FDP session on 26th June, Monday. If you check your mail, I have shared the FDP schedule with all of you. And we start at 10:30 a.m. As we do. So it would be day 5, Monday, 26th June. And we have at 10:30 a.m. Somebody has requested to please share the link. We start at 10:30 a.m. with Professor Santosh Kumar Singh, who's Dean Liberal Sciences, Ambedkar University. Then we have Professor Sanjay Bharadwaj, who's a professor in South Asian Studies from Jawaharlal Nehru University. And post-lunch, we have Dr. Richa Sharma, who's Deputy Director in ICSSR. So that would be the session on Monday. So please note, we will be resuming the FDP the fifth day. Today we completed the day 4, the fourth day of the FDP session. We will resume on 26 June, Monday, day 5, and the last day would be Tuesday, 27 June. Right. So the link for the feedback has already been shared.
No, ma'am, not yet. I'm sharing it.
Okay, all right. So the quiz link has been shared once again. And the feedback link is going to be shared now. Am I right? I'm happy that you all found this session to be very informative and very meaningful. Please note that only students who have attended both the sessions, your feedback link and your quiz is going to be counted. If you have just joined in, it's not going to help you because your feedback and your quiz will not be accepted. Participants, please note the FDP feedback form has also, link has been shared with all of you, as well as the quiz link has been shared once again for those who has joined later. You're requested to kindly complete